Hello, hello. Can people hear me typing away furiously? Testing, testing, testing. I do. Yes, I do. Oh, I agree in a lot of ways, Alec Garcia. I forgot what event it was that I was watching that I actually, chose to watch it that way because it just, like, being able to rewind in real time. Although I hear they are adding that to Twitch, so that's good. Yeah, that makes sense, Alec. That actually makes a lot of sense. Didn't even think about that aspect. Ugh. Okay, what am I trying to do here? What am I doing? Okay. That's right, I'm doing social media stuff here. Thanks for the continued subscription, Lurker Spine. Appreciate you. Actually, the music is probably a little too loud. Thank you, Lurker Spine. Appreciate it. Well, it's not even necessarily that they avoid them because they're old, Kuma Radio. It's more just like, it's not what the competition's currently playing, et cetera, the bigger player base on some of these other games, the circuits, if you're going to play Street Fighter 6, all the events are going to be running it, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's just one of those things. So, it's always a big deal to have a player base. Jasmine is doing well. She just got fed, so her and Nathan are two happy cats who have just been fed, so they are definitely in a good mood. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the tweet that I put out, Kuma Radio. Alex Garcia, I should say. I put out a tweet that was like, because, after SWC, hey, look at this, Hype Train started, thanks to Tuhalo for the resubscribing, and now Nutacon with the subscription. But, a lot of people after SWC were talking about, like, oh yeah, this game is super popular, like, these games are so good, like, look at KOF 15, look at Fatal Fury, why don't more people play it, blah, 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 blah. And, I put out a tweet that was basically just saying, look, you can talk about games should be played, as much as you want, but one of the number one ways to get people to play your game is having a large player base on ranked. Because I mean, maybe I'll put this as a second topic, actually. You know what? I think I will. Hang on, give me a second. Let's do that over here. But again, it's just, you know, it's really about having a big player base so that there are people at your skill level to play against. You know, because people just want to jump online. And yeah, you know, sure, you know, obviously, you know, a lot of these fighting games are Discord fighters, and you know what, I've always said it should be a social genre. People should be, you know, playing with other people they know, etc., etc. But, you know, a lot of times people are just, I mean, people responded to my thread a lot with just, yeah, dude, I just come home from work, I just want to jump on, I just want to play. I don't want to take the extra mile to go onto a Discord server and be like, anyone want to play? And then wait forever for a response, you know? It's a thing, so, what did I call it? What did... Jesus. Oh, that's what it was. Oh my god. What am I trying to do here? Let's go over here. Whoa! What the hell was that? What in the hell was that? Oh, I did the wrong thing. Okay. Whoa, that was weird. All right. All right. Crisis averted. Crisis averted here. But why is that not changing over here? Give me one oh, there we go. Now it's changing. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, let's see here. And then, and then second topic here, let's see. Yep, that looks good. What am I trying to say here? Okay, let's see. Minorly tangential. There's cool web-based fighters like Tough Love Arena. I can't believe they're not more popular at schools on like lockdown Chromebooks. Yeah, honestly, they're making a new game as well. I don't know if you know Evil Moose. I just realized it's Moose and not Mouse. Evil Moose. They're doing God, why is the name escaping me? Scramble Heart City. That they're making. Dude, I really actually like Flappy Fighter too. Wait, what happened? I didn't even know that they got into legal trouble, AJ. What exactly happened to them? But Scramble Heart City is a tag fighter, which is, you know, slightly unfortunate given the giant swath of tag fighters that have all appeared out of nowhere. But I've played it. I think it's really cool and really fun. And, you know, hopefully it doesn't befall the problem of Tough Love Arena based off of what Tucker says here. But the nice thing about Scramble Heart City is that it's so like straightforward of a tag fighter. Like it's just like MVC2, like that's the kind of mechanics you have, you know? And so there's nothing like crazy, no this tag, no that tag, like wildness and stuff like that. I suck at tag fighters and I was really enjoying the game, so supposedly it's gonna be exactly like Tough Love Arena. It's gonna be playable on browser, etc., etc. So, but I think like, you know, obviously, you know, you can't just make games like this for free all day. So I think the way it works is that, you know, you can play it online, locally in training mode and all that stuff like that. But I think for ranked, you have to, it was one or the other, but like it was either you have to at least buy the game to play ranked, or you can only play ranked and you had no access to like training mode and story unless you buy the game or something like that. I can't remember which way they're gonna do. And you know what? It's probably even unfair for me to even speculate or say, because they probably haven't even decided yet exactly how it's gonna work. So, you know, based on what I was talking to the creator, it was very clear that he was just like, yeah, mulling over all the different ideas, etc., etc. So, apparently they're gonna keep going, even working on an Android port, and they just got shut down. So the game was erased from the shop. I don't know if it was from Flappy Bird or Capcom. That's crazy, dude. Because I really enjoyed it. I like, it was really good. There was a lot of great ideas in Flappy Fighter. I mean, he had another one. Like, he had a game called Santa Fighter or something like that, which was just like a couple of Santa Clauses like beating each other up. What was it called? Jesus. Yeah, they created a game called Santa Fighter on the iPhone, and I messed with that a little bit. But in terms of playing fighting games on a mobile, like, they had a lot of really interesting ideas. I don't know how like actually competitive it would have been, but like it was really fun to mess around with and try to find combos. But, you know, one of the things about the Santa Fighter, unless he has it hidden somewhere, I can't find a training mode, so, you know, I'm not able just to, like, you know, mess around with it and practice and stuff. You have to fight the computer, which, you know, I just want to lab combos, you know. Santa Showdown. I mean, here, look, I wonder if it's actually still available on the store. Let me actually see here. I don't even remember how I caught wind of it. I think someone might have mentioned it online or something like that. Santa Fighter? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Santa Fighter. Yeah, so Santa Fighter still exists, but it's basically the exact same game, except now you use Santa Clauses. Now you just use Santa Clauses, right? So, oops. Let's do this over here. Yeah, like, it's the exact same game, but now you're just using Santa Clauses instead of a some weird flappy fighter dude, right? So it's like the exact same thing. But what's really interesting about the way that this game works, for those wondering why I found it so appealing to play, is that they really kind of distilled a lot of what fighting games were about in some simple mobile controls, right? And so what it was, like, for example, there was technically no jump button, jump in terms of like a jump button, but like it was combined with a jump attack button. Like you hit the button and it made you jump, and I think it kicked automatically when it got down, but you could hit it again to kick earlier or something like that. But like, there was just a lot of like really nice distillation of, controls so that it wasn't as complicated. I've had a lot of ideas on how to try to make fighting games work on mobile platform, but it's very, very hard. I know the Skullgirls game is doing really well, and I was having fun messing with that on mobile as well. I have a lot of ideas on how to do that. Just like my dream is to try to find a way to make Tetris work on mobile, but Tetris just has never been able to find a way to exist on mobile and not be like, okay, I can't even play this seriously, right? Like, this just has to be a casual thing because there's just no precision on it and stuff like that. Santa Clee? No, it's not. It's not. Still clauses. And actually, the plural for octopus is grammatically correct if you say octopuses. Octopuses and octopi are both accepted forms, but if you look through history and if you look through the history of language, octopuses is actually the one that existed longer, weirdly enough. So both work. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I've heard that right now the more formally accepted one is octopuses, but with that whole cacti and all that stuff like that, that'll probably go away eventually, and it probably will just become octopi at some point in time. So, well, the English language, Evil Moose, is like one of the most crazy, like, messed up languages ever. Like, it's all over the place, right? So it's really such a hodgepodge of languages, and like, if that's not indicative of exactly how, like, America exists as a country in terms of like just being a mix and a blend of everything, right? Like, there's no better way to explain it than the English language in particular, how it's changed in what do you call it, in America, right? Because I mean, but now that we're in America, it's just like the most like it's the most messed up language ever, I swear. Oh man. Right, there are towns in Texas where everyone speaks. Hey, look, I'm from Southern California, Forrest. Like, trust me, growing up, I grew up in San Bernardino, and yeah, for the most part, like, going to like junior high and stuff like that, and going to high school, like, it was a very high population of Spanish-speaking students there. A lot of the times, I mean, hell, the entirety of Southern California is practically Spanish, right? Los Angeles, is the proper, like, literally the name of Los Angeles is a Spanish name, right? The Angels, it's just Los Angeles, and we butcher things like San Pedro, right? Which is supposed to be San Pedro, but we call it San Pedro. The entirety of California is very Spanish or even Mexican coded, and like when I was growing up in San Bernardino, like, it felt like you had to, like, it was like imperative that you took Spanish as your second language in high school because you just had to speak Spanish. Like it would help you so much being able to speak Spanish in so many areas of, you know, San Bernardino, Highland, you know, that kind of area and such. So, blast a fart out my ass. I mean, I took care of that a little bit earlier, but I am drinking more soda, so I might be able to blast a fart out my ass pretty soon. Let's see, Puerto Rico is hard, especially hard for people. You mean to say, just to say? I mean, I'm one of the only people that actually does that. Like, I know a lot of the South American players really appreciate the fact that I say stuff like Puerto Rico, and I also say like Argentina, right? Like, I actually say Argentina, Chile, Peru, you know, I actually say things with the proper pronunciation as much as I can, Colombia. But I'm also obsessed with that whole process as I'm still like one out of like 2 or 3 commentators, if that many, that actually say Marisa. Nobody says Marisa. I'm the only commentator, I swear, that says Marisa. Everyone's just Marissa, 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 Marissa. The game literally calls her Marisa, right? Like, I'm just like, and because she's brand new, you know, I'd rather pronounce her name correctly because a lot of the old school characters, we pronounce their names wrong for so long that it's hard to change it, right? I'm always the guy who tries to pronounce yin and yang properly. I always say yin and yang and yang. I say yang instead of yang, right? So yin and yang. I also try to say Karin more often than Karen. When I was commentating Street Fighter V, I would say Karen during the match. Like while they're fighting, oh yeah, Karen's this is good, Karen. But like in between matches, I would switch to Karin because I didn't want to distract the viewers by saying Karin in the middle of the match. Because that's just one that's going to be a hard sell at this point because we've been calling her Karen for so long, right? So during a match, you'll be like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. And Karen's sleep is this and Karen and blah, 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 Karen. But as soon as we get in between matches, I'm always, or talking about, you know, or in any other context, I'm always like, yeah, Karin is doing this, Karin. Zangief, it's Ryu from the Bayou. I try to say Zangief sometimes, but that one's a hard one. Zangief is just, it's been Zangief forever, right? Zangief. The other one that I know it's not correct, but I just can't change. I forget if it's supposed to be, so it's not Junie and Julie. Were they the ones that were German, so they're supposed to be Uni and Yuli, or were they more Latin based, so they were supposed to be Juli and Juni? I can't remember. But Juli and Juni doesn't make sense because, well, I guess it does, because JU is a sound that you get in Spanish, right? Like junta, together and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard for that one, for Junie and Julie, because that rolls off the tongue really well, I think. But yeah, it's supposed to be Zangief, right? Zangief. But I'll just say, oh, Zangief is the Zangief. And you know what the funny thing is? When I used to pronounce his name a long time ago, I used to say Zangief. I always said Zangief. Oh, Zangief is doing this. Zangief is doing that. But after years and years of nobody's pronouncing it that way, and a lot of people just say Zangief, and also proliferated by the fact that everyone shortens his name to Geef, right? How did they shorten his name to Geef and not Zan, right? Like, nobody said like, oh, Zan is doing this. For some reason, it was just like Geef, right? It's just Geef, right? Dude, Dollism, yeah. One of my friends told me the story, like someone else would call him Dahalsum, right? Dahalsum. He would make fun of that. He was like, he calls him Dahalsum like he's Dahalsum medicine. And I was just, dude, I was laughing so hard. Jesus Christ. There was always, of course, Guile. Guile. That's another very popular one that people have used to say. You know, I even try to pronounce stuff like people make like back when we were at like Shiggle BMX's garage, you know, when Street Fighter 4 was popular and stuff like that, and I started going on commentary, I would say Akuma. I would be like, Akuma's doing this, Akuma's doing that. And people would be like, what are you talking about, James? Why are you saying it so weird? And they would all make fun of me, like, oh, Akuma, it's Akuma. Like, it's just Akuma. And I'm like, no, it's Akuma. It's Akuma. There's supposed to be no, so like the emphasis tone in Japanese is not as pronounced and important, right? So like Akira is not Akira, it's Akira. He's just Akira, right? And Akuma's just Akuma. And Adon is not Adon, he's Adon, right? Like Adon and stuff. So I won't call her Chun-Li because that's not her real name, right? Because that's the Japanese pronunciation for it. If I wanted to say Chun-Li, I would say Chun-Li. Chun-Li is how I would say it because that's the Chinese pronunciation of it. So, yeah, Asuka, right? You say Asuka, right? So, Akuma, right? And so, like, if you actually look at the way that Japanese is phoneticized, usually if you have one U, it is a very brief pronunciation of it. And if you have two U's, then it's something that you exaggerate, right? Like when you see Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku, right? Like Kyaku has a one U at the end, Tatsu has one U, but the Pu has P-U-U, right? So really, when you hear it in the game a lot of the time, the reason why it doesn't sound like Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku and you're like, there's not that many syllables is because in Japanese, they tend to say Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku, right? Like, you don't say tatsu, you just say tatsumaki senpu kyak. You actually don't say kyaku, you just say kyak. The U, the U phoneticization, I don't think that's a word, but the way you phoneticize Japanese, a single U is very rarely pronounced, right? Like, it's not, so that's why Asuka is not Asuka, that's why it's Asuka, right? Because the U is not Asuka, because there's only one U. If it was Asuka, there would be two U's. But that's why it's supposed to be Asuka, right? Because you don't really pronounce the U all that much. And that's why it's weird for some people. Yeah, exactly. Like Ricardo Rus says, yeah, the U in Japanese is almost silent in a lot of cases. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know like how Japanese actually pronounces like Goku, but that could also just be a bad, you know, an old phoneticization, right? Like if you actually wanted to phoneticize his name right now, it might actually be Gokuu. I don't know, but like at this point it's too late unless Japan really does just call him Gok, right? I don't know, Goku, you know, I don't know. Just like, I don't even know how many people here in the chat even remember the fact that in China, Beijing used to be called Peking, right? Like it just was called Peking for the longest of time. And eventually we properly Romanized it from, oh yeah, not phoneticized, sorry, Romanized it to Beijing, which is the Mandarin pronunciation. Peking sounds a little more like the Cantonese pronunciation, I think. I'm not exactly sure. Ryu, Hadoken, and you know, Ryu, it's the, I think it's the YU that gives it the U more pronounced U sound. Like I think it's like it's the Y kind of represents like two concepts added together to make it actually come out as Ryu instead of Ryu. You know, like that doesn't really make much sense that way. So I think the Y is doing a lot of carrying in the romanization of Ryu. Ryu. Oh, did Turkey actually change their name? It's not supposed to be Liu. It's not supposed to be Liu. So Japan just literally has a sound that is the mix between an R and an L. And that's the pronunciation. Some people have said it almost sounds like a DJ. Some people have said that it's like DLJR, it's like Ryu. Like, I can't do it, right? But like, I literally had a Japanese coworker at my programming job. Her name was Reiko. And she says, if you say Reiko or Leiko, she can't tell the difference. She can't tell the difference because they were just never trained on that, right? They were just never trained to, that sound is kind of like, there's only one sound in their language that sounds similar to that, which is why we have all the mistranslations that I talked about in a previous episode, like Julian becoming Urian, and why Rolento has become Laurent, right? Because their phoneticization, their I can't call it Romanization, their Asianization, their Japaneseization of like Laurent or Urian or Laurent would be, Rorento, right? So Rorento. So like that's how you would say it in Japanese. And since there's only one sound for the L and the R, like the people who are localizing it have no idea what they were intending, right? Urian is Urian, like Urian, right? And so you're just like, what the hell is this supposed to be? Yeah, it's something like that. Ryu. I can't do it because it's something that I never practiced. And it's like, when we were doing the China CPT, I don't know how many of you guys were watching our Read broadcast. Obviously, it was in the middle of the night, but we had a little downtime. So I just said to Rinj, I was like, hey, want to hear some interesting Street Fighter, Chinese trivia? And he's like, sure. I was like, do you know how you say heavy kick? And he's like, how? And I was like, zong ti. And then I was like, do you know how you say medium kick? And he was like, how? And I was like, zong ti. And he was like, what the hell? Like, wait, what? Right? So like literally heavy kick is zong ti and medium kick is zong ti and light kick is ching ti. So like if you are not a person who has listened to Chinese your whole life, hearing zong ti and zong ti, like you can't tell the difference between it. You're not trained to pick up on what makes those two different, right? Do they actually call it jiao? Oh, do they call it jiao? So it'd be zong jiao and zong jiao. Because someone told me one time it's called ti, but maybe I was wrong on that one. So Mandarin only has 4 tones. Qingquan and Qingjiao. Oh, so it's jiao, not ti. Someone told me it was ti at some point in time, but maybe they didn't really know either. So, it's just one of those things. Okay, so it's zong jiao and zong jiao. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, if you're not used to hearing that difference, you're not gonna pick up on it. But we are capable of doing it. It's just like the way that I explain Chinese tones to everybody, and this is honestly the best way to explain it to them. Like, there's 2 words that like fit this paradigm perfectly in English. And that is the word what and the word dude. What is better because it's more common and dude is more of a, American/Californian thing. But what is a great word to explain how Chinese tones work. Because if you actually hear me go, what? And if I go, what? Or if I go, what? Or if I go, what? Like, you know exactly what I'm saying, but they mean like 4 different things, right? So if I go, what? I'm like dismayed at how silly or stupid something is. If I go, what? You know, I'm usually answering like someone being like, James, what? You know, but if I go, what? You know, like I'm just like, that's stupid or that's confusing. Or if I go, what? Like I'm actually genuinely confused, right? But like that's a perfect word to explain how Chinese tones work. Because like all the different tones of the word what mean a completely different thing. And you could do the same thing with dude. Like I said, if you go, dude, or if I go, dude, or if I go, you know, or dude, you know, like, but honestly, like, what I think is the best one. Yeah, ma, right? That's my mom scolds a horse thing, right? If I say ma, like that means my mom is like yelling at a horse. My mom is scolding a horse. Ma. And so you just start to hear it from the tones is how you actually can hear it, right? So, and you know, I had a friend who, you know, learned Chinese first and learned English second. And, you know, because of that ability to detect tones, and she grew up with it, a lot of Chinese people like her also have a better access to perfect pitch. Like, we could just go and play a random key on the piano, and she would know what note it was. Because your brain's just been trained to pay very harsh attention to that. So when it comes to even music and musical notes, you can distinguish between the sounds a lot more succinctly. So yeah, we would just play a random key and she'd be like, F sharp. And we're like, yep, you know, like, cause she had just, that's how she, you know, when Chinese people are raised, like that, they have to pay attention to those tones, you know? And so just like with the Japanese, you know, they are not raised with the distinction between L and R because they just have the one sound that sounds like both. And so whenever they do translations to katakana, they use that sound for both. And that's why, like I said, we have so many mistranslations from back in the day. And people have asked, like, oh, well, why didn't they just ask? Like, ask Capcom, like, what'd you want to do? Send a fax? You know, like, before it was like, okay, find the international code to Japan, dial that number, and spend a crap ton of money for a long distance call to talk to Japan and go, what is a Rorento supposed to mean? You know, like it just didn't happen, and it was just not that connected, right? Like the localization company that probably even localized some of the stuff, you know, for Capcom might not have even been Capcom, honestly, right? Well, thank you, L Hates Ramen. I appreciate that. I've had a lot of people tell me they like my voice and they think I have a very good voice for commentary, and I do think the reason that is because I do not have a nasally voice. A lot of the commentators we have, interestingly, have more nasally voices. I don't like my voice because every time I hear myself, I always sound like, but you know, like, that's everybody, right? Everybody feels that way. Everybody hates their own voice, so... speaking of Chinese people, what is your opinion of Lei Wulong? He's the #1 most wanted character for DLC in Tekken 8 right now. I mean, Lei is just supposed to be Jackie Chan, right? He's like, everybody puts Bruce Lee, but I think Lei is just basically their Jackie Chan. And, you know, he's kind of like Maxi or Li Long, you know, the nunchuck dude in Soul Calibur. Like, they're just stance characters to the max, and, you know, designed in the way to make stance characters as complex as possible, where, you know, this stance can lead to these stances, but these stances can lead to this stance, but these stances can, like, there's like literally a Maxi map out there, you know, for Maxi and Soul Calibur, and I know Lei Wulong has one as well. He's just very hard to learn, I think he's very hard to learn. I mean, I think the reason why Jackie Chan characters are rare is because he's still alive, right? You know, Bruce Lee really is kind of like this legend status, and like every game has a Bruce Lee in it, right? Like I swear every fighting game puts a Bruce Lee in their game. You know, obviously we have Fei Long, right? Bruce Lee was famously called Xiaolong, which is, you know, the same Xiao as like the 19 players in China that have the word Xiao in front at the start of their handle. Xiao just means small, and Long means dragon, so he's just a little dragon basically. For Fei Long, they changed it to flying dragon. So Fei is like flying basically. Fei Long, so he's like flying dragon. So thing is, they're giving stances to characters who never had stances before. Right. I mean, that's what I've heard a lot of the Tekken players complaining about, that, you know, they're like, the Soul Calibur devs are turning all these characters into stances and blah, you know, like all that stuff. And I get it. I'm not mocking them, you know, because it's a valid concern. You know, that they're trying to like turn it into a different game and such. But, you know, honestly, stances do make fighting games harder to learn, because now you have to recognize things that lead into stances and then what the options out of the stances are, etc., etc. You'd feel like it would be easier because most stances have considerably less possible moves out of the stance than when the character's in normal. So if you know all their stance moves, every time they go into the stance, you know what the mix-up is, right? And that sounds great. The thing that makes it confusing is that a lot of moves can chain into stances, and when it goes into a stance, then it activates the ability to frame trap and takes away your ability to take your turn, right? So, you know, a lot of characters who don't have stances, you block, block, block. You're like, okay, he's minus, let's go. Let's attack him. But stance characters a lot of times will be attack, stance, and then they do something and you're like, thong, and you get hit and you're like, what? You know, kind of a thing. So, James Chen in the Raw. Am I raw right now? Is this uncensored? Martial law and Tekken 8 is just going all in on Bruce Lee. I mean, he always was, right? He was always, and, you know, like having the little stomp, you know, thing. That's just straight up, you know, Bruce Lee. The little jumping kick is just straight up Bruce Lee, you know, stuff like that. So, yeah, mid combo stance changes are really cool, for sure. But, you know, you have to be careful with stance characters because, one, you have to make the stance that it's worth it, and two, it does complicate a character a little bit more, so it's harder to, you know, learn how to fight the character. They can have the ability to raise a little bit of the difficulty level, which would actually fit exactly into this conversation over here. So Junhoon is probably my favorite stance character, along with Gen is one of the coolest stance characters ever. Mostly because, so the bad part about Gen is that his stance changes were 3 punch and 3 kick, which were hard to do because if I know in the alpha games you could not plink it. Like you had to hit all 3 buttons on the same frame. I don't remember how it worked in Street Fighter 4. I can't remember now if there was a plink option on there. But he could change stances at any time. He could just change stances at any time. So if I'm in one stance and I hit kick, like if I'm in punch stance, which is the Mantis stance, and if I throw in Mantis stance, if I hit 3 kicks, that changes me to Crane stance as soon as I'm done with the throw. Like my throw will come out and I'm immediately in Crane stance. So literally, like one of the favorite combos to do in Alpha 3 was, you know, kick mode, jump, heavy kick, jump, heavy kick, switch to punch stance so you could do low jab, low short, low forward, chain combo into his level like 2 super, then switch to kick stance so you could do the kick mode anti-air super. You know, like that was like one of the fun things to do with Gen, is that you could just switch stances at any time that you wanted to. So again, like Gen has always been a very fascinating stance character. And I'll be honest with you, like when I say that I've wanted to make an Avatar fighting game for a very long time, trust me, I've thought about it a lot. And like, I wanted to make, that's how I wanted to make Aang play, right? I wanted just to make him like ridiculously complicated because he's the Avatar and he can do all 4 elements, right? Sure, like it makes sense if he mostly relies on wind, but maybe you would have Aang and then you would have like, you know, powered up Aang as 2 different characters, like there's 19 Gokus or something like that, or 19 Goks, you know, 19 Gokus. But I would make it so like reverse fireball plus a button changes the stance no matter what you're in. So like literally you couldn't like fire bend and ice bend, water bend and like air bend all at the same time. You had to switch stances, right? So anytime you wanted to switch between them, you just had to input a quarter circle back in the middle of something. So I wanted to make him really strong, but like executionally very difficult, right? And I think that would be really cool. I think that would be a lot of fun to make him. And the goal would also be to design Aang in a way that all 4 or all of the different element stances. So let's say quarter circle back, light, medium, heavy, changes between fire, earth, and actually I need 4 buttons. So like the 2 lights and the 2 mediums or something like that. Between all 4 of the elements, like I would make sure that every element that Aang plays in is a competent enough character that they're not reliant on changing elements to be competitive. Like I would make it so that he's kind of like 4 different characters with the same normal move set or something like that. And if you just like the airbending version of Aang, you can just play that. If you like the firebending version of Aang, you can just play that. So each one of them is competent enough to play. But if you really wanted to maximize them, like you could do optimal combo damage by switching between elements in the middle of like combos, or even just like, oh, this one is more zoning, more about defense, so earthbending is more about defense, and firebending is more about offense, and so you could actually be like earthbend, make a shield, switch to fire, and then shoot fire, like do all sorts of crazy things, and I think that would be really, really cool. I thought Gato was always a stance character because he had that shit in KOF 11, right? He always had the whole thunk. Oh, but they added the back turn thing. So the back turn thing is new. He always had the stomp, which is sort of a stance, except you just had to do something immediately or he did nothing. But they gave him the back turn stance afterwards. So, right, exactly. Grappler, zoner, rushdown stances, OP. Like, you know, like, you could, like, there's lots of different ways to balance it. Like, you know, maybe it costs meter to switch stances or, you know, something like that, right? Like, so there's a limitation to it. So you just can't sit there and go shield fire, shield fire, shield fire, and like be really crazy and be like Mora Doom, you know what I mean? Like Mora Doom in one character. So I think that, you know, there are lots of different ways to balance it. And again, as I've always said, like every time someone says a mechanic is dumb in a fighting game, they're just wrong. They're just wrong. They're just wrong. Any mechanic that you put in a fighting game, you can make work. Because the beautiful thing about a video game is you can do whatever you want to the game, right? Like, obviously some things are going to be harder to code than others, maybe, but like everything is a solvable problem. So like, yes, this thing can be broken as it is, but you change one thing and suddenly it's not broken anymore. It's not broken anymore, you know? And again, like, tripping is dumb because it's random, right? If tripping was based on a predictable thing, and maybe even there is like a guard meter that when it drains, it like causes someone to trip. And so, you know, there's an alternate win condition, like, oh, I'm going to attack the drive gauge instead of his health percentage, you know, etc. Like, you can literally make it work, but being random is dumb. and that's just the way it is, right? Like, people are always like, oh my God, throw loops are too overpowered in Street Fighter 6. And I'm like, are throw loops overpowered, or is just there's no way to punish the throw properly, right? Because if I made every character have in the game have, like, let's say every character in Street Fighter 6, as soon as you activate taunt, if you get thrown, the other guy dies. Like, he just loses all of his life. If you throw someone who's taunting, they just do like a taunt burst and you die. You just lose all of your health, right? Like, no, but like, throw loops would be super weak all of a sudden, right? Because you wouldn't risk it. Because like, if they ever guess right and you just lost, like, now you're scared to do throw loops. And even though the throw loops are still there, and I haven't changed the way throw loops work at all, they have automatically become less powerful because you have to adjust, you know, the risk reward of things. You know, that's just how it works. I mean, ST throw loops are interesting because you can't throw people when they get up. You have to do tick throws. That's what tick throws are. And especially for characters with holds, right? So the characters with holds are the ones that are kind of broken about it because you can't tech holds. So Ken doing kick, you know, knee bash loops and Dhalsim doing noogie loops are really strong, exacerbated by the fact that Dhalsim just has further throw range than a lot of characters. So if Dhalsim actually times it and spaces it right, he is in a range where he can throw you and you can't throw him, right? And since throws are one frame, like, literally the only thing you can do is a reversal DP. That's it. That's it. You reversal DP or you get thrown. Like, that's it. Or you just pray that the Dhalsim messes up the distance and you throw him first, right? Like, but yeah, like, literally nothing you can do. No, but see, Depwek, you say I would still get throw looped, but here's the thing. The offensive player would not go for it. If they've thrown you twice, they are now terrified to go for another throw, right? If they drained you down to 20% health and they have 90% health, you would never risk that. There's no reason, there's no like logical justification to go for it unless you really are in their head. But the fact that the offensive player now is like, I can't go for this because if I'm wrong, I die. Like, and I can't do it, right? Like, you would automatically have it so that people would throw a lot less. The problem is that would make throws really bad and very useless, so it would hurt the game in a completely different direction. It would not be better balance at all. In fact, it would be considerably worse balance. However, the point being is that whether something is overpowered or not is usually not based on the actual mechanic itself. The proper way to decide if something is overpowered or not is how it interacts with everything else in the game, and that always comes down to risk versus reward, right? I've often very, very loudly said 1,000,000 times how I would fix Drive Rush. I wouldn't change the way Drive Rushes work at all. Still plus, still all these things, except maybe DRCs, I would give them the 5-second cooldown instead of the 3-second cooldown that raw Drive Rushes have. But like, I would just leave them exactly the same, but now make it that if I check you out of the Drive Rush, and you guys have heard me say this 1,000,000 times, you check them out of the Drive Rush, it adds +4 hit stun, not necessarily a punish counter, because punish counters trigger different reactions, right? So like certain buttons that are punish counter knock characters down. So I would just add the +4 like a drive rush gets when they attack you, add a +4 to the hit, and then make the character stagger forward. So they drive rush, you hit them, and they go pow, and visibly it makes sense because they're drive rushing forward and you hit them, and so they stumble forward instead of getting hit back, right? It's like in Third Strike when you get swept out of a dash, the character falls on their face. Like if you sweep them normally, they go boom, oof. But then they get up and they dash and you sweep, they go pow. They like fall forward and slam into the ground. And so all I would do was just make it so that if you check a drive rush, the character would reel forward with a +4 to your hit stun. And so what happens then is that if you land your drive rush right now as it is, and I've explained this again a million times, sorry for everybody who's heard this a bunch already, but if you drive rush now and you hit the opponent, you have spent 1 bar of your meter and you have an easy confirm, and in fact, you usually get better combos because of the +4, right? So instead of doing, low strong stand light kick into something, I can do low medium punch into stand heavy punch. So I get more damaging combos. And you know what? If I want to extend the damage, I can drive rush cancel that. And I've spent 4 bars, but I can do a lot more damage. And it's super easy to confirm. Right now, if I were to check a drive rush, if I use my longest range move, a lot of times I can't even cancel that. Right? So I hit you with this cool button, like, oh, I'm M. Bison, I standing medium kick you. Cool. You get nothing, right? So, okay, let's say I switch to a cancelable long range move, right? So I use Bison's low forward or whatever like that. Well, I'm checking a drive rush. Every time I hit him, it's gonna be at the tip of my crouching medium kick and it's gonna push them backwards. I get nothing off of that. I literally get nothing off of that. And let's not even use that because crouching medium kick adds a shit ton of scaling already as a starter. So let's just pick like a Chun-Li towards medium punch, right? You do towards medium punch, but you hit him with the tip of your button, you don't get a combo off of that. You don't get anything significant off of that. So what happens is, in order to get significant damage, you have to drive rush cancel it. Drive rush canceling adds to the scaling, and so whereas the attacker drive rushes you and hits you, confirms into a more damaging combo without scaling, and then can drive rush cancel to extend the damage and hit you a bunch of times, and then can drive rush cancel again to extend the damage even more if he wants to like finish you off with a level 3, and then he finally burns himself out. On the defense, I hit you with a button, drive rush cancel it right away. So I scale my combo right from the get-go, and then I hit you, and if I want to extend my damage one time, I have to burn myself out. You have to burn yourself out to extend the damage, and I don't get the second damage extension that you get on the offense. So of course, if you're a character with a good drive rush, you're just gonna keep drive rushing at people over and over and over again because they check you and you're like, whatever, and you do it again, you get checked, you're like, whatever, and you drive rush and they mistime it and you hit them and you can do way more damage to them than they can do to you. So the problem with raw drive rush is not that raw drive rush is broken, it's that the risk and reward is too much in the drive rusher's favor. And it's even to the point now where the drive rusher meta has expanded, right? Now we've got drive rush scissor kicks or drive rush, suppressor with Luke and stuff like that, stop you moving forward so that if they try to check you, you auto whiff punish their check and stuff like that. So it's just not in your favor to try to check the raw drive rusher. But if we make it so that I hit you with a button, you stagger forward, and now I, as just like you, get an easy link off of it, even from a button that isn't cancelable, and I can extend the combo with one DRC, just like the drive rusher, and then I could extend it again and burn myself out, but I want to go into a level 3, so I'm just going to burn all my resources. You see how the damage is equal now, right? The damage is equal, and it's actually kind of not in favor of the Drive Rusher because they have to spend 1 drive bar even to raw Drive Rush in the first place. But that's fine because, like I said, the Drive Rusher has a little bit more nuance to their game because they can do stuff like Drive Rush, Scissor Kick, Drive Rush, whatever, you know? And so what you end up with is a more balanced situation. So the people who Drive Rush like a madman online will die. Like, they Drive Rush and you check them, and now you get to do a crap ton of damage to them, more damage without spending any meter. And if you want to, if you're 6 bars, you can spend 3 bars to really make it hurt. And trust me, people will Drive Rush less. Now, that's not going to stop some people, but if you're fighting them, you can kill them a lot easier now, right? Because now I don't have to check them 9 times to kill them, where they only need to hit me twice out of a raw Drive Rush to kill me, right? Like, now you can kill them easier. So if you find a person who spazzes out with Drive Rushes, you're like, let's go, free combo, you know, and you get to blow them up. And so at the highest levels, it's, you know, it's, and even earlier than that, it's now going to be more about like players like, shoot, should I Drive Rush? Is it worth risking a Drive Rush? Is he ready for it? Like, I don't, like, if I have 30% of my life and I Drive Rush, I could die. Whereas right now, if I'm like at 30 or 40%, I'm like, I'm gonna Drive Rush. What's gonna happen? Like, honestly, right? So that's just how I want to do it. Honestly, that's how I would rebalance Drive Rushes, because it really just makes it, the problem with Drive Rushes is the risk reward. That's all it is. It's just risk reward, honestly. So let me see here. I haven't been reading the chat. Let's see. The moment I see someone say X mechanic bad, I stop taking them seriously. Yeah, it's true. Like, again, I know I say this a lot, but it's true. And, you know, I am not one to compliment myself often, but I've been playing fighting games for a really fucking long time, okay? I know what I'm talking about here, okay? It doesn't matter that I don't have the results. Trust me, I know what the goddamn hell I'm talking about because I've studied this shit so much. I've written FAQs, I've analyzed, I've commentated, I've done all this stuff. Like, trust me, I know what I'm talking about here, okay? I know what I'm talking about. Random mechanics are honestly fun. Tripping is a random negative on a basic movement thing. It's not even really based on a movement thing. I think it just happens, right? It's just like one of those things, just like the game is just like, oh, I won the lottery, trip, you know, and that's just really all it comes down to. So tripping, everything about tripping is just absolute shit. But yeah, if you implement it right, like Faust, like Zappa, especially with Zappa, because it's not only just random about which ghost which spirit you summon, but there's ways to control it, right? They actually coded him that if you input the summon when the timer is at 2, 1, or 0, you will get a specific spirit. I don't remember which is which, like 0 was the dog, 1 was the sword, 2 was the ghost, let's say, right? So if you really, really wanted one specific spirit to help you with Zappa, you could wait until the timer got down to 0, 1, and 2 and actually pick exactly which one that you wanted. So they did a lot of like really cool things like that. It's just, it's so neat, you know? Am I a Jackie Chan fan? Yo, yeah. Jackie Chan is like the god, I swear. He is amazing. I know, like, I've heard stories that, you know, his personal life has been less than stellar or whatever like that. But I mean, the level that this man has basically put on the line to entertain us and stuff like that. I mean, some of his movies are just the most ridiculous thing, honestly. So, dude, yeah, the CPU noogie. Yoga, 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 yoga. That's it. Yes, Thalsum had a command grab in SFEX, but he had to stretch his arms out very far, you know. You can use RE engine tools and disable drive rush completely, increase walk speed for characters, change some properties and make normal hitboxes more chunky, change whatever you want, basically. Yeah. I've seen the mods for that because I was looking for mods that did something specific that I want to have happen. And again, if anybody out there knows how to do the modding and stuff, you know, I would really appreciate it because I want to make a couple of mods to my Street Fighter 6, not in terms of like, I really want, you know, naked Kimberly. I mean, that's just like completely wrong too, because she's barely in college, right? But like, I just want to change some things to test theories on why I can't react to drive rushes, etc., etc. So there are definitely some bad Jackie Chan movies. Trust me, there are some very bad ones, and I've seen some of them. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, disable drive rush completely, I would never do that because that's what Street Fighter 6 is about. It's about the drive gauge management, and if you remove drive rushes, no one's ever gonna get burned out, and the game will be boring, and it'll play way too similarly to Street Fighter 5. And now the game is just not fun, right? Like, there's no uniqueness to the game. You know, people call drive rushes neutral skip, but like I was talking to Psycho on Twitter, you know, he was like, yeah, old games don't have real neutral. And I was like, what is real neutral? What is real neutral? And this is why I hate when people complain about a game not having real neutral, because neutral is different in every fighting game. It's just different in every fighting game, right? Super Turbo has a different real neutral than Street Fighter 6. And I said to Psycho, I was like, let's be honest here. Real neutral is the neutral that you play in your favorite fighting game. That's what real neutral is. It's your favorite game's neutral because it's your favorite game and you're willing to accept the bullshit that exists in your favorite game as opposed to all the other games. And literally, like, Psycho was like, you know, you're damn right about that one, LOL. So like, you know, he even, you know, he agreed, like he knows exactly that it's right, so. Some of the early ones before Jackie Chan was able to do stuff, I know there's one movie that Jackie Chan only has like a cameo in, so that one probably doesn't count, but it was like literally one of the worst movies I'd ever seen, honestly. Let's see, check with Spinning Pile Driver. Drunken Master 2. Jesus Christ, so good. Do you think we'll get Balrog in Street Fighter 6? Actually, yes. Because if you actually look at it, like, okay, we had Season 1, and then Season 2 added Bison, and Season 3 added Sagat. Like, a lot of people have this theory that, you know, Season 4 may add Claw, and Season 5 may add Balrog. Like, they're slowly putting in all of the four gods, you know, the four kings, I should say. Yeah, so, great example, Kumatori. Despite the fact that, you know, he has that Street Fighter scene in City Hunter. City Hunter is a pretty bad movie. City Hunter is not a great movie. Like, objectively speaking, it's not a great movie, you know? And no, the Street Fighter scene doesn't necessarily elevate it. So yeah, nothing is really broken in fighting games. You can always balance it. You can always make it work without drastically changing the way a mechanic works. That's the thing, right? So everyone's like, yeah, of course nothing is truly broken because you could nerf it or blah, blah, blah. But like my Drive Rush example that I gave, I changed nothing about its offensive capabilities. So we don't have to worry about any frame data changes to Drive Rushes ruining existing combos. We don't have to worry about, you know, how this affects this meta. Like, 'cause if you change the Drive Rush in any even small way, like you have to rebalance the whole game. You literally have to rebalance the whole game in some form or another. Like, let's just say, okay, I gave Drive Rush one more frame of startup, right? So when you Drive Rush, instead of 9 frames before you can act, it's now 10 frames before you can act, right? You just broke like a bunch of combos. Like, Drive Rush cancel into this, a lot of those are calculated to hit like on the very last frame of hit stun to make sure that it works. Or like when you knock somebody into the air and you Drive Rush juggle them, a lot of those juggle scenarios are designed so that only a 4-frame button can hit them or a 5-frame button can hit them, so you can do this combo off of. Like Kimberly, when she does the heavy vagabond edge, you can Drive Rush stand jab into the target combo, right, into her Bushin chain. Well, that's because her standing light punch is 5 frames, right? If you made the Drive Rush literally 1 frame slower to start up, she can't do that combo anymore. She loses that combo. Because if you do the heavy vagabond edge, Drive Rush, and press a 6-frame button, you don't hit them. A 5-frame button hits them, a 4-frame button hits them. So it's precise. It's like they did everything as precise as they want. So you're like, oh, okay, and we'll make the heavy vagabond edge knock them up 1 frame a little higher so they reach the same height at the same time. No, because then you just changed a bunch of other combos and you changed a bunch of other setups that I have, because theoretically then if I do heavy vagabond edge, jump, medium punch into Tatsu, the frame data is different now because they got knocked a little bit higher. Right? So anytime you change any little tiny thing, even just putting 1 more frame to the startup of a Drive Rush, you have to rebalance everything. Everything. And so the way that I've changed it was that I'm not changing anything about the Drive Rush except how much you can be punished for getting checked. And that will actually make them less powerful. It will reward you more for checking them, and I don't have to rebalance anything. I don't have to go back and check every combo in the game and check every situation and see if it broke this or if it broke that, because literally 1 tiny change like that, like people say, like, you know, people have said to me millions of times, like, just make it so that, you know, there's only just 1 frame, you know, like more, or make it so that the freeze isn't a freeze, but it's just 9 startup frames. Well, I'm like, well, you just broke every combo in the game, right? Like, you can't take those 9 frames and turn them, well, there's the 9, I don't remember how many frames the freeze is. So it's 9 frames if you're gonna act. I don't remember how many frames the freeze is, but, you know, people have said, like, take those freeze, don't make it a freeze, just make it part of the startup. And literally, you've just killed, like, so many combos in this game. Like, you have destroyed so many combos in this game. And as a result, you'd have to rebalance everything. And so it's really, really hard. Like, people have no idea that when you change something, I mean, the Seth Killian quote that me and Olaf always talk about is when Seth Killian said, like, yeah, you change Guile's crouching medium kick and Ibuki becomes the best character in the game. Like, that's absolutely a thing. That's absolutely a thing, you know? It's crazy. It's kind of nuts, actually. Oh, yeah, Evil Moose, Forbidden Kingdom. So, the fight scene with Jackie Chan and Jet Li, you know, obviously not as great as it could have been because they're both older and stuff, but still, wonderful, wonderful scene. It's just, you know, if you grew up with Hong Kong cinema, if you have if you have an affinity with, you know, Chinese martial arts movies, that scene is just like, it's just like, it's so great. You love it, right? Because it's so meaningful. Like, how did we wait this long for these two to fight each other? Rest of the movie, like, like if they just took that scene where they fought and like cut it out and preserved that and threw the rest of the movie away, we wouldn't lose anything. So, like, even though that movie was like not good, I have a soft spot just because of the Jet Li Jackie Chan fight. Would I prefer people watch on YouTube or Twitch? You watch on whatever you are more comfortable with. like I could be like, oh well, I don't have things running on YouTube, so I'm not getting the money that on Twitch and blah blah. Look, my viewer count is so low, my subscriber count is so low that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this point. Like, that's gonna be the difference of like whether I make 3 cents. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, I mean, if 3 cents if I'm lucky. Let's be honest here. So, yeah. So again, Forbidden Kingdom is like not a offensive movie, but it does have the problem that Jet Li and Jackie Chan are in a movie, and the main character is an unknown white kid, right? Like, like Jet Li, Jackie Chan, and like, because it was made in Hollywood, right? It's a Hollywood movie, and so like they have to, they wanted to have this was still during the time when Asians got no play in Hollywood, right? And so like they didn't feel like the movie could succeed starring 2 Chinese people. So they have to add the character that the majority target audience connects with, right? So they have to create like the fish out of water character to have that kind of avatar connection kind of thing, Again, like I'll talk about like Romeo Must Die, right? Jet Li and Alia. It's a great movie, but god damn it, like Jet Li and Alia should have definitely kissed at the end of that movie, right? Like they should have totally been a couple. But like it was clear they played it out that like they're just friends, right? Because like you're just not allowed to have Asians be a romantic lead at that time in Hollywood. Like this is just how it was. So and again, like if you get me started on this topic, I can talk forever because like if you aren't well versed in the history of what Hollywood did to Asian people, like you have no idea how much Hollywood really emasculated Asian men and turned Asians into a joke, right? Like, and it was very intentionally done too. Like, there's nothing accidental about it. Like, it was a very intentional thing, from having Mickey Rooney play an Asian dude, oh, hello, stuff like that, to characters like Long Duck Dong and stuff like that. Like, he is just like, Long Duck Dong set Asian people back like decades, dude. Seriously. There's just so much history of that. And why? Well, one of the reasons was, obviously the Yellow Peril, right? That happened at one point in time. And, there was a lot of situations where they would bring over a lot of Filipino slaves to build the railroads and stuff. And these are like Filipino dudes, like, working on the railroads all day, shirtless, and they were really buff and stuff. And, a lot of women really kind of fell for them. And so, they wanted to make Asians seem as bad as possible. Earlier than that, even before like Valentino, I forgot what his full name is, was like a kind of like a sex symbol star in silent films. There was a actor named Sesue Hayakawa, I think it is, a Japanese guy who was a heartthrob in the silent film era. Have you heard of him? Of course not, because he's kind of been erased, right? He was erased because he was a heartthrob, and a lot of women were like falling for him because he was super handsome Asian dude, and like girls loved him. And so what Hollywood did was they instituted a new role that you could not be a lead in your film with a opposite that is of a different ethnicity. So in other words, Sesue Hayakawa could not star in a movie if the leading lady was not Asian. And at the time in silent films, there was literally one Asian girl named Anna May Wong. And so like, after they did that, like the only movies he were in was like 1 or 2 movies with Anna May Wong, and that was it. Like he couldn't get a job anymore. Like he literally couldn't star in any film. And that was Hollywood intentionally trying to kill his career because they didn't like the fact that he was becoming so popular and that he was becoming a heartthrob, you know, kind of a situation. So, you know, like Hollywood has been doing this to Asian people for a very, very long time. For a very long time. So, yeah, you know, I have Forrest, I've thought about that before. I don't think there's a lot of merit to it. However, it is definitely like not a advantage. There's definitely a lack of advantage being Asian, you know. Obviously, though, we have a lot of Asian guys, like Jeremy's Asian, right? So, and he's getting lots of jobs. Justin Wong's Asian, but Justin Wong is also Justin Wong. So you're just like, so, you know, I don't really think it's that, but I do feel like sometimes in the past I've been hurt by that. Like, so the first year that Evo was on ESPN, you know, the logic was that me and Seth had been commentating all the time. And so what they want to do was split us. So one of us did the stream commentary and the other one did the ESPN commentary because that way we would have a veteran on both sides. And I was like, that makes total sense. So the first year I did it with Sajam and Seth Killian did the ESPN commentary with Mike Ross, right? Now, as an Asian person, being able to get on TV while like a lot of kids these days are like, what's the big deal about that? Well, my parents understand TV. They don't understand Twitch, okay? So getting on TV and commentating some Street Fighter has been like a dream of mine. So I could be like, Mom, Dad, turn on this channel, watch. Look at your boy doing this thing, right? And so the second year, Mike Ross was starting to become a little more jaded, and he was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't want to do the ESPN commentary anymore. And I was like, this is my opportunity. And even Seth Killian was like, cool, like, hopefully that means you get to do this. And they ended up putting Tasty Steve on there, and I'd stayed at the arena. And again, like, I'm not gonna complain because obviously doing top 8 at Evo is a privilege and a wonderful opportunity. But again, for me, selfishly, I really wanted to get onto TV so my parents could actually see what the hell I do. Because I'm not gonna be able to get them to understand unless it's TV. Because if I'm like, there's this website and people are watching me, to them, the web is this confusing, weird thing. And so like, there's no sense of the accomplishment, right? I've also told the story before that, you know, when I found out I was going to be in Street Fighter 6 as one of the in-game commentators, you know, one day I went home and I was like, hey, guess what, Mom and Dad? Like, I'm going to be in Street Fighter 6. They're putting me in the game. And my mom and dad were like, did they pay you? And I was like, yeah. Like, not a lot, but, you know, more than what a normal voice actor would get. So it was pretty decent. And they're like, okay. And that was the end of the conversation. They just started talking about something else. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. That's the whole conversation that I've ever had about me being in Street Fighter 6 with my parents. That's the end of it, right? Like, because it just doesn't understand. But if I can get on TV, because to them, TV is, you know, about stars and da-da-da-da. Like, if you're on TV, you're clearly someone important. I've always wanted to be, you know, on TV. James, I recently got transformed into a small dog. I'm using an adaptive keyboard to speak to you. Please travel to the heart of Selbyville, Delaware. A man named Tommy can undo the curse. Thank you. Which should remind me, actually, thank you for reminding me, Noko. I do have the closed caption option there. I don't remember if I've actually launched. Oh, it's launched. It's running. So you're gonna actually click on the CC button, the custom combo button on Twitch, and that will actually type out what I'm saying. So for the hearing impaired, you can actually see what I'm saying on the show and stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have dog on there, but I think Noko already has something because clearly I think he's understanding what I'm talking about. So unless he's just typing into the chat with a translator, a translation app, and he doesn't understand what I'm saying over here, but I am definitely. Why is my fan not working? Hang on a second, guys. I'll look into it. I'll look into see if I can find. I'll see if I can find the dog plugin so that we can actually communicate with the dogs out there. Oh God, Kumatori, like. Jesus. Like, I was reading the first part and I was like, weird. And then I read the second part and I was like, oh. Oh. Oh, man. Which one, Kuro Raiden? Which one? Which comment? I make a lot of comments on Twitter, especially recently, because there's a lot of talk about, but, and speaking of, I should talk about it. I haven't talked about it yet, so let's actually try to talk about that. So, let's see over here. Okay. But again, like, I can't say that, being Asian has hurt me for commentary gigs. I can probably say that it hasn't helped me, but it's probably more detrimental to me that I am fat, that I'm overweight, and that, I don't dress well. I definitely do not have youth appeal, right? Like, that is, I could say that probably hurts me more than anything, well, not anything, but like, there's a level of, unappeal, like, for me. Like, if you see me and I'm like this fat Asian dude, like, it's, you could automatically just be like, I don't like this guy. He's kind of gross, like kind of a situation. So that's something I can work on, right? And so if I'm being like, if I'm ever indignant about like, this is racism against Asian people, like I should be like, freaking pumping iron like crazy because that's something I can do, to help myself, and so like, I can't really just be like, yeah, it's this thing, because I clearly can do a lot of things to help myself that I am not doing. Yeah, the lobby system and stuff like that. Yeah. Do I think the crying hurt me? No, not at all. I think a lot of people actually, I think that helped me a lot, right? In a lot of sense of the, in a lot of circles and stuff like that. I think that actually helped. But I can certainly try to look better. I've tried to dress better. I keep changing my glasses now, and I've been wearing less of the t-shirt, solid button-up combinations. I've been getting a lot more of like those jerseys and, nicer button-up shirts and stuff like that. So I'm trying to change up things. But also like you can't control your references and stuff like that. And all my references are old, right? Like every time I say anything, it's just like, good God, James, like how old are you? Like, what am I gonna do? Like, am I gonna reference, God, like, see, I can't even think of her name right now. Sabrina Carpenter, right? Like, I can't talk about Sabrina Carpenter. I don't know anything about Sabrina Carpenter, right? Like, I can't talk about, like, you know, a lot of that stuff. So like all my references are like 50 years old, right? I mean, it's telling that I made a reference on Twitter and I was like, none of y'all gonna understand this reference at all. And the only person who replied was like, I understood that reference, was Ending Walker's mom. Ending Walker's mom was like, I got the reference. And I was like, sick. At least someone got the reference. Oh, man. So, yeah, like, clearly, like, I can do a lot of things to help me. And, you know, I intentionally changed my commentary to be a very different style, which I'm now dialing back a little bit more. If you guys had noticed at CPT China, I went back to being a lot more analytical. Like, people think that I don't know the game because I was never super analytical, but, you know, that was a conscious choice. I was trying to commentate more for casuals because everybody I commentate with is super analytical, right? Like if I commentate with Sajam, or if I commentate with David, or if I commentate with Ringe, like they're really analytical. So I tried to focus on different aspects because I'm really good at turning casual viewers into, you know, returned viewers. Like, oh, that was cool. I should watch more events. That's where one of my powers is. But unfortunately, that hurts me in terms of the job market because then people are like, oh, James sucks at commentary, or, you know, he doesn't know what he's talking about and clearly he sucks, you know, kind of a thing like that. And so, like, I mean, I've just had so many people completely disrespect my history of like being good at fighting games, you know. I had one other prominent person at FGC where it's like, were you actually ever good at fighting games? And I'm like, bro, like, I'm like mad, you know, kind of like that. So like, you know, it's wild. It's wild. And so like, I was like, all right, fine. You know, like trying to focus on, because that's my intention. My goal is to expand fighting games to more casual viewers, because to me, the way that you grow the seed is that you turn the casual viewers who watch only Evo, you turn those guys into people who are interested in checking out other stuff. And you do that through passion, and you do that through telling the history stories, right? A lot of people get mad at me when I start rambling about some old story, you know, from a long time ago. Oh, that's called the John Choi route because John Choi, blah, 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 blah. And I would do that during a match, and people got mad at me for that. And, you know, I got a lot of, you know, like I said, critiques about, like, James clearly doesn't know the game. You could tell by the way he commentates. Like, one person I was talking to through DMs, I was like, I understand the game. And he's like, I don't think you do. And I was like, bro, like, I totally understand the game. He's like, I don't think you do. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know, like, it's crazy. But, you know, it's because I don't commentate, you know, with the intention of appealing to people who are already watching. Because if you're already watching Capcom Fighters on an esports recap, or if you're already watching like freaking UFA, or, you know, these rebroadcasts and stuff like that, like, we already got you. That's how I see it. We've got you already. If you're watching CEO Top 8, or if you're watching Combo Breaker Top 8, we've got you already. And I like, I'm not gonna say I don't care about those people, but commentating for them is not going to grow the scene. It's just not, right? And so, like, I'm trying to commentate for other people. Like I said, I told a story. Literally this past Evo, ran into that married couple, and I know you guys have heard the story a million times, but it touched me in a very, very, like, significant way. And, you know, the wife literally was like, the only reason why I'm here at Evo is because I wanted to meet you. She was like, I don't like fighting games. I don't like video games. like I really just didn't want to come. But like, when you commentate, I enjoy it and I understand it and I can appreciate it a lot more. And so I really wanted to come and meet you. Like I was the person who appealed to her the most. And that's not an accident. That's what I do on purpose. I do it on purpose, that I'm trying to appeal to these players. I've gotten so many players that'd be like, bro, like, I never would have went to my first Evo if it wasn't for your commentary. Like, you made Evo sound so fun, I had to show up. I didn't enter any games, I just wanted to be a spectator because I was scared, but I got caught up in all of the Evo hype so much that this is my second year, and I entered like 5 games this year. You know, like, I am the one that brought the person to Evo to spend money at Evo. You know, like, that to me is what my job is. That's what I feel like I'm supposed to do. Unfortunately, that's not how a lot of people see it. And they don't see the value that I'm bringing doing my old style commentary, and thus I am losing jobs, right? I'm literally losing jobs because people complain about me the most, right? Like I have a lot of haters out there, and I can't even do that job that I want to do if I'm not doing the job at all. So, you know, I have to find a better balance between the analysis and the things that I do, and the kind of ways that I appeal to casual viewers. Because like I said, if we're just appealing to the people, you know, like someone was telling me, like, I was like, I'm worried about Evo because I don't feel like it's bringing in, you know, it's not catering to casual viewers as much before, and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, someone's like, but look how great this museum is. Look how great this is. Look at the setup and everything. I was like, yeah, but that's for everybody who is here. I was like, this doesn't help people who aren't here. You know, like, we have to have a draw to get people to go to Evo in the first place. And honestly, like, me crying on stream helped that a lot. Because you could see the genuineness of my emotions and how much it meant to me. And so when you see something like that, you're like, this really means something. Like, this is not just like a toy, or this is not just like a dumb thing that a bunch of kids go and play, you know, like this is serious, you know. And that's why I tell the stories of like, oh, this is, you know, thanks to fighting games, this kid from the Dominican Republic has like won like so much money, you know. Or I will be telling the Kakeru story forever, right? Like, he has that nerve issue, but because he won Capcom Cup, he won $1 million. Like, he can take care of himself now because of video games. Bro, like, look at Lau Yagami at SWC this past weekend. This player from Brazil who had so much trouble even being just to get out of Brazil, goes and wins KOF against Shanghai and wins $500,000 American money, US money, in Brazil. The exchange rate is very generous, to say the least. And like, thanks to fighting games, that's a story we can tell now. And so, like, I like to focus on the human element, on the emotional stories and stuff like that, which is why I go off on all these stupid tangents all the time. But, like, again, there's a lot of hardcore people watching, and they don't want to hear me tell these stories. They want to hear me talk about the frame data and why this person did this and the analysis on that and all these details, because in the day and age of the internet, being right is the most important thing in the world. And so they need to see that their commentators know what they're talking about and that they're right. Because when you're a commentator, you're going to spend a weekend, like at an event, like I'll commentate like 6-10 hours, right? Like, you have a hockey commentator or basketball commentators, they're commentating like 3 hours one day, and then like 3 days off and then another again, and maybe they'll have a back-to-back or whatever like that. But when you're commentating a weekend at an actual offline event for like 10 hours total, getting very little sleep, and all this stuff, and we're not getting all the data that the professional commentators are getting, we just have to do everything from memory. Like, you forget things, you get tired, and you say wrong stuff, and that's all it takes. It's all it takes is one thing that you said wrong. Like, oh God, this is so good because Jamie is like, completely safe after this. And someone in the chat's like, it's -4, it's not safe, and then like, that's it. Like, as soon as you're wrong, you lose all credibility in today's internet. It's really hard. It's tough. It's really tough, honestly. So, you look fine, James. Sports commentators in general are way uglier and older than you. And that's fine. Yeah, but those are sports commentators. And again, the way that a lot of those sports work is that the history is important, right? All these sports are one of the key factors of a sport is the history. When you see tennis, people always talk about Billie Jean King. They talk about Arthur Ashe. The U.S. Open in New York takes place at the Arthur Ashe Stadium. That's the main stadium, right? They talk about the history. Oh, Pete Sampras, or the Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi rival. They talk about the history of basketball. Every time you go All-Star Weekend, oh, there's Wilt Chamberlain, there's Julius Erving. One of the greatest players of all time. Look, Michael Jordan's around. They keep preserving the history of stuff, and so when you're an older person in basketball, it's something that is generally understood and generally kind of appreciated, right? Like, I love it when Hubie Brown gets on commentary because he's old as fuck. But like, he just has all this insight. Like, see, that's what makes the game so different today. Back in the day, players couldn't actually, do this. But now with the hand checking rules gone, like, it's opened up the court so much more. The point guards are dominating more. That's why the point guards are scoring more than they used to. Like, they have that kind of insight. And it's because the pastime itself tries very hard to make sure that history is cherished. And that's not the case in the fighting game community. It's not. People don't want to hear about John Choi right now. They just don't. We'll get there eventually. I'm a little ahead of my time, which is par for the course, because I will tell you guys right now, all of y'all will understand when you're older. Because, like, I'm just going to say it right now, like, I know I'm doing the right thing. But a lot of people don't see that way because I'm trying it too early. Or I don't have the venue to do it as much anymore. But do I believe that what I'm doing is correct? Absolutely. Do I believe that my mindset and my path to growing the scene is the right way to do it? Absolutely, right? And like, for some reason, like, when people hear stuff like that, especially because you're old, and again, that kind of goes with this topic over here, people dismiss it. People want to dismiss it when you're old because there's this perception, especially in the fighting game community, and this is just straight up this topic right now, that old people say the things that they say to protect their legacy and to like they're trying to make excuses why old players don't succeed anymore today, right? And like I said, this is all this topic here, so I might as well just switch to it. I might as well just talk about it right now. But that's just generally how it works a lot of the time. So yeah, exactly. You couldn't watch a baseball game without hearing or being shown footage of stadiums and players for several decades ago, et cetera, et cetera. Also, there are talk shows about the history of the sport, making a lighter subject on commentary. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of that exists, right? But I still like your commentary, James. I think it's related to the crying thing too. It's about a sincere love for the game. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, I don't know if they just want to repeat the thing that the commentator says. Like I said, the problem right now is that this is a far beyond a fighting game issue. This is an internet issue that everybody has to be right. Like, the worst thing in the world you can be right now is wrong, right? Being wrong is worse than being a racist. Being wrong is worse than being sexist. Being wrong is worse than being, it's just like, you can't be wrong. So when you say something and it's like super racist or something like that, when people point it out, like, they'll find ways to justify what they said way harder than it takes to just be like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see how that was racist. Sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I apologize. It's like the amount of hoops people will jump through to not be wrong. So, like, right now in today's society, in today's internet, your worth and your like status is all based off of not being wrong and being right all the time. And so, I've often said, when I've asked, is it gonna kill? Is it gonna kill? I actually know if it's gonna kill or not. But I just don't want to answer that question. I don't want to ruin that for other people. Like I said, if you are a big fan of Mena RD and he lands a level 3 on somebody and I know it's going to kill, I'm not going to ruin that. I'm going to let the more casual player who's just a fan of Mena RD be like, oh, come on, please kill, please kill, please kill. Like, if the commentator's like, oh yeah, he's dead, so that means he's going to be 1-0 now, like, what is the point of that, right? So, like, I'm not even necessarily interested in being right sometimes. For me, it's about the show and to give the people watching a sense of why we enjoy it and the hype and stuff. So I'm like, is it gonna kill? Is it gonna kill? Because, like, and I've had a lot of people tell me, like, I love it when you get there because we repeat it, or like we don't know and it's like exciting for us. So literally, what is the point of being right and being like, oh, that's not gonna kill. Oh, that's gonna kill, right? Like, it did become kind of from a meme because I used to just say that all the time. And then people were like, James always asks this question, so I turned it into a thing. I turned it into a catchphrase, but I think it's vastly more interesting than, yeah, this is gonna kill. Like, someone once said, if you're a commentator for this game, you should absolutely know if it's gonna kill. And I'm like, why? Like, why? Who does that benefit? Like, literally, who does that benefit? Like, what does that add to commentary? Being like, yeah, he's dead. What does that add? You know what it adds? It adds being right. It adds being right. And that's what so many people focus on these days. You just have to be right. You see, you hear it a lot from commentators these days. A commentator will say something. I do this all the time too. And then they remember it wasn't correct and they have to correct themselves. Like, oh shoot, sorry, earlier I said that this was 3 frames, but it actually is 4 frames. Like, commentators do this all the time now because the stock of being right is so important that people are scared to be wrong. It's just what it is. Right? So, oh yeah, no, I have gotten so much critique for my "is it gonna kill" line. I've gotten a lot of people telling me, like, this catchphrase is dumb or blah, 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 or you should know, da, 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 these kind of things. Like, I get that a lot. And so at one point in time, I literally, every time someone got hit by a super, like my co-commentator, like, you didn't ask the question. I was like, because I knew he was dead, right? I was like, he's dead. Like, are you going to ask the question? No, he's dead. And then he dies. And they're like, are you going to ask the question? No, he's alive. And then they're alive. Like, I was literally doing that for a spate of tournaments this year to show people that I actually knew. Like, I literally had to do that to defend myself, for what I did, for what I do, So it's tough, like I said, the stock of a commentator or the stock of anybody on the internet or anybody these days is based off of how often you are right. And so a lot of the times when you say something and it turns out that they're wrong, look how much people, how hard they try to do it, like to justify what they say. And again, this is on both sides. Like, I'm not even going to be like, oh, right wing, because I'm liberal. I see a lot of liberal people do this too, right? Like, you'll hear something being said and like, instead of apologizing or admitting that it's wrong, like something clearly shows, like, this many people, like the number of people who are, blah, 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 doing this are all illegal immigrants. And you're like, literally, here's like the actual numbers and it doesn't show what you're saying. And they're like, well, that's from a liberal site, As I've always said, the most powerful phrase of the last 5 years, of the last 10 years, is fake news. Like, fake news killed everything, and now AI is making it even worse, because now everything that disagrees with you is either fake news or it's AI at this point. And so, like, or they'll be like, well, no, because, the reason why they say it's these numbers is because, and they give this reason, and you'll see it's the same reason that everybody says, because they heard somebody else say it, and it was someone intelligent enough to say it in a way that makes them not sound wrong. So they all repeat that talking point. Again, like, it's so much more important to be right than it is anything else, and I feel like that's just kind of where the internet has gone. So I feel like the way that people think is that, when they see a commentator, the commentator has to know their thing, and they have to prove that they'll know the thing, and they have to be right about everything. You watch a casual sport, and the commentators are never like, like they'll do it as an analysis segment or something like that, but like while they're in the play, like it's always, all right, pass to the top of the key, dribble drives, oh, Davis sets the screen, LeBron shoots the ball, no good, all right, rebound collected by blah, bringing it up the court, trying to go and, starting to settle in, like, it's like you can literally see everything that's happening that they're saying, right? But it's because, like, the focus is not on the details necessarily. As soon as the foul happens, you go, all right, let me go back to this play. I want to show you how Steph Curry got free here. You see the shot that he took when he got around there, but you didn't see, the 3 screens that he used while running around the court. Right here, you can see he's in the corner, but as soon as, the ball gets passed back out, he immediately dives towards the middle and he uses this player as a screen. And then he goes around the middle and you see right there, another person sets a screen, but he changes direction and he loses his defender here. So this person has to switch off and then he makes it out. And so he ends up free against a much, slower player who can't defend the dribble drive. So he gets a free shot. Like, You'll see that, but like nobody's gonna say that during the game, right? Like you're literally like when the commentary, you're like, all right, they bring it down the court, and oh look, Steph Curry using a screen, he used another screen, oh he faked him out, and now they have to switch, and now he's got a big slower defender on him, so he can't play him close because he can get dribbled around, so he has to play him far away, which gives Steph Curry a free opportunity to shoot the jump shot. Like nobody does that, right? Like. You just don't do that because you're not commentating for all the knowledgeable basketball players out there. You're commentating for the casual players. And it's just how it works, right? It's just how it works. That's how you get more people into the scene. Oh, man. I always thought, someone said something racist. I said that's kind of racist. Argument about how it's not racist. Yeah, exactly, right? That's just how it works, right? Nobody can be wrong. Well, thank you, Forrest, for calling me a smart guy. I appreciate that. Damn, I work at Service, and it's pretty much the same. So people talk nothings to not expose themselves to criticism. Does one really lose viewers, or is it just that the negativity gets loud? In reference to what, Evil Moose? That was a comment about like 10 minutes ago. So one of the girl commentators, sorry for getting used to get so much hate. Like I remember Reddit threads over how she got frame data wrong. And yeah, and that's a dangerous thing too, right? So I used to do this as well. If I didn't know, I would say it with authority. And that's bad as well. Like, if I don't really know and I really want to say it, like, I'll just be like, the reason why I punished because I think it was 6 frames. I'm pretty sure it's 6 frames. Someone on Twitter, correct me if I'm wrong. But that's a blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what you go into more. And again, like you said, the commentary is geared in a way that you have to make sure you cover your bases of not being wrong. If you're wrong on frame data, do you really drop on viewers? Not really, but it's bad to give false information. It just is. And also, you will get critiqued a lot. A lot of people will start criticizing you, and you might just lose your job for that, right? So if someone like complains, if enough people complain, like, I mean, there was that one tweet a while ago that was like, why is James Chen always on commentary? Like, the guy needs to retire and like not do commentary for a year, play the game and come back, blah, 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 and all that stuff like that. And I DM'd him. I was like, look, like, I just want to discuss with you straight up. Like, let me know what you think I'm doing wrong, et cetera, et cetera. I was talking to him, and because of that tweet, I almost lost a job. Like, I was literally told, like, yeah, we're not going to have you commentate this anymore because of that tweet. And other things that happened, which I'm not going to get into. But, like, literally, it almost actually lost me my job because someone was publicly complaining about me. Like, and even the guy was like, dude, like, a random dude on Twitter saying something like this shouldn't cost you your job. And I was like, but, you guys don't realize how much companies pay attention to this shit. You have no idea how much companies pay attention to this shit. And so if they feel like they're hiring somebody who's not knowledgeable, they're not going to hire you anymore because some of these companies aren't familiar with the fighting game community. So they can only really just go off of what they see in social media, right? So what people say absolutely can affect people. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. So yeah, it's a tough situation. Honestly, like, and I'm not trying to discourage people, but I always get people who are like, oh, James, like, I want to get into commentary because of you. You know, what advice do you want to give me? And the advice I always want to give is like, I'm sorry and don't. Like, that's kind of what I want to say these days, because it is a brutal, brutal field right now. It's a very brutal field. And like I said, everybody is just waiting to talk shit about commentators. So when the Jammer Say Jam thing happened at Evo Japan, like up to that point, I had never seen anybody say anything negative about Say Jam. And as soon as that happened, all of a sudden that opened the floodgates, and now all these people were saying mean things about him. And it's still happening even today. Like, people will, like, that's because that like broke the seal, like a lot of people will complain about him more. You know, they'll actually say negative things about him right now. Like I said, people are just waiting to say negative things, because when that Say Jam Jammers thing happened, like, people were attacking Jammers, people were attacking Say Jam, like, it was crazy. And a bunch of other commentators just kind of got collateral damage, you know? Like, somebody be like, yeah, like, Jammers, whatever, blah, 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 but I really hate James, you know? It's just like, wait, what? What happened? You know? So it's kind of crazy. So, Chani Ranchito, I'm not going to get into it because I just, I don't want to revive that conversation at this point. You can look it up. I'm sure you can find out what happened pretty easily, because it was a very big deal. It was basically as big as the discussions we're having right now about old versus new. You know, here's an old player, here's a young player. Can they do the, you know, it's like, so let's actually just let's get into this, shall we? Let's actually talk about the real topic here for once here. So, editor, this is the start of the actual topic here. We're going to talk about new versus old here. We're going to talk about, you know, actually, let me go ahead and take a quick break, and then I'll start that. I just want to grab a drink, and then also I'll have a little bit of time to do a little bit of these dailies over here, and then I can run ads, because I should run ads more often, and I'm usually too lazy to do that. Literally, that's the only reason why I don't run them, is because I'm too lazy, and ADHD never allows me to remember to actually run ads. So I'm going to be silent here, and we are going to run ads when I point at the screen. Okay. All right, there we go. Guess I don't have it here. Weird. Thought I'd have it somewhere. Do I have it on here? Let's see. I guess I don't. Interesting. Okay. Okay, there it is. Let's also do this. Yeah. Should do. looking for. Yeah, here we go. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this one here. Oops. Okay. Okay. Oh God, this one's too small. It's not gonna look right here, but you know what? Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I should do this like so. I don't have it exact, but I don't really care right now. And what I'll do is take this and what I'll do here is we'll take these two like so. We'll put them into a folder. There we go. BRB, like so. That way I can. Oh, I see. Okay. Sure. Let's move this down over here. Let's put it right there. And then I can also do this. Boink. Okay, there we go. Sorry I took so long to set that up. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. If you're on YouTube, you're not getting ads because I don't have that set up on YouTube yet. So I'm really behind on that, and I need to take care of that. So, so you're safe from ads on YouTube right now. Actually, why am I not using the proper break screen? Do I have anything on here? Hang on. Okay, I literally have nothing here. All right, what if I did this? Like so, and went like this. And I did this, like so. Oops, let's do this. Yoink, there we go. I'll have to find a better picture of this at some point in time, but this will do for now. So. All right, guys. Hang on a second. Give me one more minute. I'll be right there. I'm just trying to scarf down a little bit of a snack right now because I'm hungry and I haven't eaten dinner yet. So, please allow me to scarf down a little bit of food over here. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Well, I guess I don't need that anymore. Okay, here we go. Whoa, I'm still gone. Help, help. Okay, there we go. Here we go. All right. So let's actually talk about the subject at hand over here, shall we? Let's actually talk about the main topic here. So, if you guys missed it, the Last Chance qualifier this past weekend for China's CPT took place, and it was won by a player named Henao, who is a very young player. I think he was like 14 years old or something like that, which is absolutely crazy, but he beat a lot of very strong players with his Luke and his Ryu. And was able to win in grand finals. He even beat Punk during the course of the tournament. And Punk, you know, joking that like he's like, what are with these young players with Ryu? Like, I don't know how to fight these guys. Like, they're crazy. Obviously referencing Blas, who is also 14 or maybe has just turned 15 recently. And so after that happened, you know, the internet decided to internet. Right, someone made a comment. I mean, I'm sure you've all seen the tweet from a Third Strike fan named Kyoshiro, who basically was like, "Why do you see all these kids winning in Street Fighter 6? Like, that won't happen in like older games. Like, that doesn't happen in older games, right? Or something to that degree, right? I don't want to like." Misquote it here, so I should just find it and bring it up over here. Oh boy, I mean, Do I want to look? Do I care? Because everybody retweets it. And oh, Lily Hollow, what happened in Melee? What happened in Melee? I just want to find the tweet so I can quote it exactly as it is. But now, of course, that I'm looking for it, I can't actually find it. Hey, thank you, Master Steve, for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, it's happened everywhere, honestly. And that's one of the things I'm going to talk about here once I get to the... I mean, I don't think he deleted the tweet here. Oh, yeah, okay, so here's the tweet, okay? Here's the tweet. I feel like Street Fighter 6 is the only game where kids can pull up and beat OGs. There is no way you would see that in older games, especially Third Strike. So, you know, obviously, there is a lot behind this tweet here. You know, the wording choice, everything about it, like, it's clearly implying that Street Fighter 6 is, like, for babies. And Third Strike, you know, that would never happen because, you know, Third Strike skill, you know, kind of thing like that. And it blew up. It really, really blew up. And, you know, even he wasn't expecting it to blow up. But, you know, one person saw it, quote, retweeted it, and then other people, quote, retweeted it, and everybody started talking about it. And, like, literally, like, it's gone absolutely insane, right? And he responded eventually, like 2 days later, everyone please understand that I was not expecting the tweet to go crazy like that. Just my opinion. I didn't mean to disrespect or hate anyone. Remember, it's fighting games that united us and gave us moments we will cherish forever. I'm not a bad person. Check my new tweet. And his new tweet basically says, everyone please understand that I was not expecting... Oh, no, wait, that's not the new tweet. Where is the new tweet? I think I just missed it over here. Let's see. Well, regardless, you know... clearly, the implications were there. And yeah, the follow-up tweet was not great either, right? However, you know, I even put out a tweet afterwards. I was like, you know, just let him go. Like, leave it alone. Like, I know what it's like to write a tweet and then all of a sudden, like, everybody just starts attacking it and stuff like that. And it kind of sucks. So I was like, just leave it alone. It was a bad take, but, you know, judging from the stuff that he said, it seems like he's pretty clear that, you know, he knows that he was wrong now, right? So, like, some of the follow-ups that he wrote over here, let me see over here. I was oh, yeah, like, it's fine. Let's see. Like, one of the tweets he says here was, that tweet was just my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. And even if it's wrong, that's okay. I was just thinking in my mind, like, how is it that with all these 20 plus years of experience you have in fighting games, aka legacy skills, you can still get cooked by a 14-year-old? And in parentheses, he says, I understand why, you know? So, you know, it's still like not what I want, because again, like I said, you can't admit you're wrong on the internet. I was saying this all day in a previous segment. You can't admit you're wrong. But, you know, he even said, like, okay, I see how the situation stacks up that, you know, a 14-year-old kid can win at this point. And then I even DM'd him and I was like, you are aware that, like, you were wrong, right? Like, you're not just saying this. He's like, yeah, I know I was wrong. And I was like, okay. Because, like, I'm, like, trying to, you know, maybe get people to stop attacking you. And I don't want to be lying here, okay? Like, so he was like, yeah, no, I get that. I get that. So, you know, at least from my conversation with him, he seems genuine in that he knows that that tweet is just not correct, right? Right, yeah. He lost to a 14-year-old kid in third strike. Like later on, was it later or was it before that? I thought it was later. Right, and so some people, Mike Lee, have told me that he is definitely someone who has had a history of being a little you know that way, I guess, on the internet, and my assumption is that he is fairly young himself, not super old, but old enough to believe that, like younger kids out there playing games, kind of things like that. But what this ended up doing is that it ended up driving this giant discourse, and everybody had to weigh in on it. And everybody's like, this is stupid. Like, oh, you're wrong, and da 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 da. And someone in the chat, Peter0601, was talking about Psycho, right? Like Psycho was like, I mean, he was kind of on that side, right? Because he was like, he even said things like, like all the legends these days are, from the modern games, like the Street Fighter V era and, Street Fighter 6 era is producing these legends. Like the old games, like there was no neutral in old games. You couldn't play neutral, and, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, I responded to him and I was literally like, I'm not going to say you're wrong because you're kind of not wrong. But the problem is that, like, what is real neutral? Because he was like, you can't play real neutral in some of these old games. Like, the old guys were just really good at, like, I forgot what his term was, but it was like, but the current players are, like, really smart and da-da-da-da. And I was just like, what is real neutral? I hate it when people say, I hate this game because it isn't real neutral. And I was like, what is real neutral? Like, real neutral, like, neutral is different in every single video game. It's every single fighting game. Neutral is a completely different beast. And I literally said, I was like, do you know what real neutral is? Real neutral is the neutral that you're playing in your favorite fighting game. That's what real neutral is. Because I've already waxed nostalgic about how I think Ryu versus Guile in Super Turbo is the greatest fighting game matchup in the history of fighting games, right? So while I'm like, yeah, ST doesn't have the neutral that you're expecting, it's a very different neutral. And yeah, I mean, they're not wrong because like when Vega starts going, yo, 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 like that's not neutral. Like if Sagat's just going tiger, 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 like that's not traditional sense of what you think neutral is, right? So again, like it's not that it doesn't have neutral, it's not the neutral that you want to play. There is no such thing as real neutral. There is no such thing as the fighting game that exemplifies fundamentals or a neutral the most because they're all vastly different. I still think Ryu versus Ryu in Hyper Fighting is one of the most amazing footsies matches ever. I think that fight is just like, it's poetry in motion, I talked about how using standing light kick to make Ryu sweep miss so you can sweep them, like, gets me wet. Like literally every time I see him, I'm like, oh my God, it's so good. Kind of thing like that. So that's the thing. It's like, there's no such thing as real neutral. And again, I'm not critiquing Psycho because after I said that comment, I was like, real neutral is the neutral that you play in your favorite game. And he just laughed and he was like, no, you know what, you're damn right about that, like he understood my point, and even afterwards he was just like, I really like talking fighting games with you because like you see it from a different, like an interesting perspective and stuff. And so like, it started talking about old games and new games, and I saw people saying like, oh well, the new games are clearly more skilled because like, the new players are obviously smarter and better because like, like back in the old days, Daigo and Tokido used to win everything and look at them, like they don't win as much anymore. They're not as strong as they used to be. And I even responded to that tweet. I was like, bro, like, and I'll explain what I said to him a little bit later, but like, it just started going off the rails and going in every direction, and everybody's being attacked, and everybody is, like, oh, the old people suck, or, this, God, it's just like, it's frustrating. And, real neutral is footsies on mobile, and again, I disagree. I disagree because Footsies is whiff punish based neutral. And if you play Super Turbo, that's not whiff punish based. You are not whiff punishing half the buttons that people use in neutral in that game. Chun-Li's crouching medium kick is faster than most light punches in modern fighting games. You don't, like, there's only like 5 moves that are consistently whiff punished in Super Turbo. But that's a different neutral. Oh, I know you weren't being serious, but in case, you know, people are like, yeah, or like people take it seriously. I'm not, sorry, preface, not attacking you. Just, it's a good jumping off point for me to explain this, to talk about this, that every game is like completely different, you know? And yeah, Vega neutral is the dumbest thing because Vega's broken AF, right? Like, I'm the person who loves Super Turbo. Obviously, you can see, like, I will praise Super Turbo to the ends of the earth. And then when I saw someone on Twitter being like, you want a real, like, footsies? Like, go play Super Turbo. That's, like, the true chess. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, Super Turbo's not chess. I famously joke. I was like, Super Turbo was paintball, dude. like, like clearly there's strategy and stuff like that, but it's just like you're just trying to murder the other guy before they murder you. Like that game is so jank, but I love the jank that's in the game. It's my jank, and that's how fighting games work, right? You love the jank that you are accepting. You are willing to accept this game's neutral is played this way. And this is why I get mad at everybody who's, gets mad at the person who, they'll always show the clip like, what is this guy? And the guy drive rushes and gets checked, drive rushes and gets checked, drive rushes and gets checked, drive rushes, gets the hit, and then does this big combo into level 3 and wins. And I'm like, clearly, if you checked him 3 times and he didn't pay for that, and he hit you a last time and he won, I'm like, why is he playing wrong? Why is this a scrub? Like, he's literally playing the game correctly. He won. Like, it's just that you don't like what's going on in there, right? And, you know, watching SWC this past weekend, it's really, yeah, right? I haven't made a comprehensive ST guide. I don't know ST. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just like how it works these days. But like, literally, I'm watching SWC. I'm watching the KOF top 8 because I didn't get a chance to watch it live. So I'm watching it. I haven't finished it yet. I already know the results, whatever. But like, I just wanted to watch it because everyone's like, oh my God, the top 8 was so good. One of the best top 8s, one of the best top 8s. And like, that started to spread on Twitter. Everybody was like, God, like, why isn't people playing? Like, look at this, this is so fun. Look at the movement. Like, look how exciting this is. Look at all this stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Look at all the crazy things. And like, this is so true. This is real fighting games and blah, 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 blah. And I'm just sitting here watching and I was like, short hops are drive rush. That's exactly what I said. I was like, short hops are drive rush. Like, if you get your short hop checked, it's usually just like you run into a light kick or a heavy kick. Like, if you block the jump CD, you're like plus, the guy is like plus on block, and like you can't react to it very well, and it's super fast. I was like, short hops are drive rushes, just different. Yet in one game, it's so accepted, and in the other game, it's not, right? Because King of Fighters has always been that way. It's your jank. And you've developed a strategy around that to fight it. And like I said a few weeks ago, one of the big problems, especially with Western FGC, is that they see something they don't like and they want it patched or changed. And they don't just accept it, learn how to, I mean, they do, they accept it, they learn how to play with it and stuff, but it's just, there's so much complaining about it, you know? But it's not like, we have to play the games that we're playing. Like, sitting there and being like, I hate this drive rush drives me nuts, right? Like, this is stupid. This is not Street Fighter. It's not neutral. We should just get rid of, like, if you got rid of drive rushes, this game would be so much better. And I'm like, no, it wouldn't. The game would be boring. And it would be just like Street Fighter V. Like, I don't want that, right? Like, I want the game to be different. Like, I want it to be unique, right? And that's something that I admire in fighting games, when games are unique, when they can actually change the game a lot, right? And so, like, I'm just like, you know, the way that we perceive a lot of these games is just kind of messed up. And so, you know, you think like, oh, well, drive rushes allow babies to win. And that's one of the prevailing comments that you see, you know, regarding this conversation, right? Oh, you know, it's free because you can do this and it's so easy, right? Like, I had one person, and again, like, bless his soul, I love the guy to death, always root for him. He doesn't play fighting games as much as often as it was before, but like, he was getting mad at being able to drive parry with a button. He was like, so the footage of Tokido trying to meaty, who was it? Who was it that he was fighting? Oh, that he tried to do the meaty and he got perfect parried and he lost by a pixel of life. Was that Momochi? It was somebody like that, right? But he was like, bro, see, like, he parried that with one button. And I was like, you do realize that the perfect parry is a 2-frame window, and in Third Strike, the window is 13 frames, like 5. It's like, depending on which parry you do, and if you let go of the stick, it's like 7 to 11 frames or something like that. Like, the window is significantly larger, right? And, you know, and the response was just like, but he just pressed a button. And I didn't respond to this, but I was just like, okay, so I'll just pick up a leverless controller, and now to parry things with a, like, 5 times bigger window, I just press a button. Right? So it's just like, I don't understand, like, when you complain about a game, you're just complaining about what you don't like, right? Like, this is all it is. You're just complaining about what you don't like and how you perceive it. And the reason why this ties in with all of this conversation here is because, you know, one person was distinctly like, look, Daigo and Tokido don't win as much as they used to. Clearly, the players we have today are more skilled than the older players, right? Like, the players today are stronger. So, you know, that's why the new players are, you know, winning and stuff like that, and et cetera, et cetera. So before I get into this, but just to make sure I stay on track a little bit here, so I actually address this, the age doesn't matter, man. Like, why is it that you think, like, a 14-year-old beating a 40-year-old is, like, a sign of it being bad, right? Like, you're like, well, you know, in this other competitive field, like, that can't happen, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, like, if I tried to learn tennis, like, I have, like, a million possibilities. I can go read books, I can get coaches, I can do all these things like that, you know, and it, you know, it might make a difference. But even then, like, you know, the newer players come in and they're young and they start beating the older players as well, right? Like, it happens all the time. It, like, happens all the time. Why is it that a 14-year-old is not allowed to be that good at a fighting game, especially because they grew up in a completely different era. They've grown up in a completely different era. So I don't know. I think in regards to competition, fighting games change too much. Imagine or football or basketball changing drastically the rules every 2 or 5 years. What would the players say? Yeah, exactly. But, you know, the rules do change sometimes in those sports, right? Like, you know, I'm sure there's some people who are like, you know, no hand checking sucks in basketball, or, oh, there's no more, what is it, red line icing or blue line icing? I don't remember. Like, you can't, like, you know, there's obviously rules changes, and a lot of people, I mean, boy, you go to any basketball discussion and, you know, the old heads are like, look at this, man. People can carry the ball. They can travel. Like, what is this Euro step stuff, you know, gather step? Like, this is why basketball sucks now, right? Like, it's happening everywhere, right? Like, it literally happens all the time. But regardless if the game is actually like changing or not, right? And so Sandwich Bread says like these kids are fucking born with cell phones and iPads in their cribs. It's totally reasonable to think a 40-year-old can beat an old head. It's way more than that. And I've touched on this before in the past in other episodes, but it's just a completely different environment. And I'm not talking about we have access to training mode and online and blah, blah, blah. No, like I have said this so many times, and a lot of the people who are my age will tell you, yes, James is absolutely right. When we played fighting games, we knew we had to quit. We knew it could only be a hobby. We knew that we couldn't dedicate all of our time and we had to go learn like a real life skill or get a relationship or something. Like literally when I was playing Street Fighter 2, you know, during that era through Hyper Fighting through Super Turbo, like you were not allowed to have a girlfriend while you played fighting games. And not that she would take up your time, because no, the girl would just not put up with it. You couldn't get a girlfriend if you played fighting games. Because remember, back then, video games were still very much frowned upon. They were ruining our society. They were ruining our kids. They were making us all stupider. Blah, 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 right? Like video games, that was the Mortal Kombat controversies and all this stuff like that. I mean, we've all seen the picture of Bill Clinton holding up the Guilty Gear ad, right? Like, and you're just like, this is the downfall of our society. And so, like, literally, if you played video games, you couldn't get a girlfriend back there. Like, that's just how it was, right? Like, okay, there's gonna be exceptions, but trust me, like, in terms of societal norms, that's how it was perceived. So again, when we were playing fighting games back there, we knew we had to quit. A lot of people got lost from the FGC when they got jobs, when they got old enough that they had to start jobs, which does mean that a lot of people were kicking ass when they were like 15 or 14, right? These players were good when they were young, but you know, we had to quit. And even if we were like, nah, man, I'm super serious into this, I'm gonna play fighting games. What was that gonna do you? You were gonna win like $200 every like 6 months. You know? Like just like John Choi's dad said. When John Choi told him how much he can win at a tournament, John Choi's dad in Bang the Machine just goes, where's the cheese? You know, like, cause like, you know, cause it was pathetic. It's sad, like how much, and again, like back then, like we had Evo, and then when Evo ended, from like August to like November, people didn't play fighting games. Like everyone took a break. And then around wintertime, then look, some people would keep playing, but a lot of people would be like, oh, well, I'm gonna take a break because the next Evo is a year away. We didn't have like 7,000 events to go to play and to keep practicing or whatever. It was like Evo and final round, those were your tournaments, right? And final round was right before Evo, so nothing happened in that time. You know, there was Winter Brawl, and you know, obviously Big E was running a bunch of these events over there, but like, you weren't winning any money out of that. So if you were just like, I'm not gonna go to these events, like it's whatever, right? Like it didn't matter, and so like, we just couldn't unlock the ability to play the games that seriously. And to understand how good some of these players got while playing an infinitely smaller amount of games than people are today, like, I think that that's actually argument for that a lot of these old school players are better, right? Like, but, you know, I'm not gonna do that because that is my bias showing right there. But I really do think that some of these old players are ridiculous. Like John Choi, I've often said that John Choi, if he actually had what we all have right now, because me and my friends all used to joke about John Choi. We're like, you know, if he cared, he would be like the best fighting game player ever. Because so much of John Choi is like, he'll just go to a tournament and be like, whatever, he hasn't played, and then he gets like second place. Or he plays Street Fighter 4 and knocks Daigo out of the tournament with Ryu, who sucks, versus Daigo's evil Ryu, you know, just by throwing fireballs. Like, John Choi was ridiculous, dude. That guy was nuts. And so, like, I truly do think that, you know, John Choi could have been the best player. And he's even said the year that he won CVS 2 against Boss, and then he won Super Turbo against Nuki, right? Like, you know that these guys are like some of the best in that game. And he won both of them that year. He's famously said that, you know, he was actually focused that year because his dad was in the hospital. And he wanted to not go to EVO. And he was like, I'm not going to EVO, Dad. I'm staying with you. And yeah, this same dad who was like, where's the cheese? Like told John, he was like, no, go to the tournament. This is what you love to do. This is your thing. Go. Like, don't stay home because of me. Go play and do this. And John has said, like, that year when he was playing, he had a clarity that was like, he never really kind of felt before. And he ended up winning 2 games, Super Turbo and CVS 2, right? And, you know, this was back when a lot of the best players were still playing those games. And he beat Boss. The only time Boss has ever not won first place in a CVS 2 tournament in America. Literally the only time Boss has not won first place at a CVS 2 tournament in America was in EVO 2008 when John Choi actually beat him in grand finals. And like, dude, like, anyways, I've started going down the gush about John Choi path here. It's not the point of this. Not the point. Okay, the point is that, look, old players are good, right? And I think K-Brad said it best, right? He was like, shut up, man. Like, old players, if they cared and tried, like, they would beat a lot of the young players today. And young players, if they went back and, like, cared and played some of the old games, like, they would beat them too, right? The reason why you don't see a lot of kids actually beating a lot of the players in some of these old games, even though you do, but one, like, the scenes aren't particularly big, right? So, like, you're not gonna get anything on, like, a big, like, obviously, Hanao winning the last China major, you know, that can qualify you to Capcom Cup is going to be a big deal. But, like, you know, Zombie Damage beating Damdai in Super Turbo at CEO is barely going to have a blip on the FGC radar, right? Because the size of the scenes. It's just really what it comes down to. And, you know, people want to play the most recent game, because that is where the money is, and that's where the, you know, fame is as well. And if you do well in a game like Street Fighter 6, you can get sponsored, like, things can change, man. Look what's happening with Blaz. He got second place at Capcom Cup, and immediately he's being flown around the world to all these different events, right? Why wasn't he flown out before that? Because there was no reason for anyone to believe into that kind of thing, right? He qualified to Capcom Cup because of the World Warrior, so Capcom would then just, like, work on helping everybody get their visa so they can go to Capcom Cup. Blaz goes out there. We didn't know about him. Some person who was actually one of the Chilean FGC members came into my chat, and she was like, you don't know about Blaz. Like, Blaz is really good. He's gonna surprise everybody. And I was like, you're allowed to root for your countrymen, you know? Like, I was just like, whatever, you know? And then Blaz got second place, and I was like, next time she showed up on the chat, I was like, you right. I was like, you right. So, you know, like, we gave him that opportunity. Who knows how many amazing kids there are out there, but they still have a better chance of being able to showcase their stuff. Because back in the old days, like, if you were as good as Blaz and you were like 12 years old back then, like, where do you even play? Where do you even show off your stuff? Like, how do you even know that a fighting game tournament exists, right? Like, almost everybody's discovery of the fighting game tournaments and stuff like that came from someone saying, do you know about the site called Shoryuken.com? Like, that is the origin story of, like, everybody back in the day. Was, I played fighting games and someone says, do you know about Shoryuken.com? And that's the origin story of so many players, right? So, like, it's just such a different environment. You can't compare it, right? Like, why didn't this? Well, I mean, first of all, we were all young kids because trust me, in all those Evo tournaments and stuff like that, there were not a lot of old people playing. You didn't have people 30-something playing fighting games because, like I said, anybody who was that age had to have quit already. They're done because they would have had to move on with their life, right? And so, like, none of those people, hey, what's up, Billiam? Thank you for the continued subscription. Appreciate you. But, like, it's just like you can't compare the scenes, right? Like, nowadays, you're Blas or you're Hinao, and, like, you see Kakeru win $1 million, and you're like, shit, I could do this, right? And not only that, but Hinao was trained by, I think he was trained by Kakeru or Momochi or somebody. Like, he's trained by like some of the best players in Japan, right? Like, literally. And I'm just like, I just have to really paint this picture for people. I really, really need people to believe me and to understand. Oh, yeah, well, he's on Team Reject now. He only just got signed to Team Reject, but he was being trained by a bunch of people and learning through other means as well. But I need people to understand and believe this, okay? Because you're like, nobody who's significantly younger than me right now will ever be able to experience this kind of themselves. And maybe some of you will actually, but the difference of knowing that you had to quit and that there was no future in the hobby, no future, none. Nobody had any delusions of grandeur about being able to do anything fighting game related all the way up until old age. Nobody did. In fact, you know, if you told me we would be in the place that we are right now, like 20 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. Like, I would think that's impossible. Like, if it ever gets to that point, I'm probably dead already of old age, right? Like, it's just not gonna happen. And it happened way faster than I expected. But having that thought process that this thing that you are doing will give you no benefits and will probably hurt you. I mean, we used to talk about this all the time. Like, what are you gonna do, right? Like, you're gonna play fighting games and then you're gonna eventually have to go get a job. What the hell do you put on your resume? I've seen a resume from someone in the fighting game community before. And, you know, you look at the resume and you're like, oh dear God. Like, cause it's just like, you know, I am the champion of this tournament and I can like body this. And I was just like, oh God, oh God, oh God. You know, like, it's like, you knew that the longer you played fighting games into your older age, the more you were ruining your life. And I'm telling you right now, that knowledge, that fact, again, it was a fact, even though we're kind of wrong, because obviously a lot of people are doing well that are older because they've gone on to start making fighting games, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But like, for us, it was fact. It was hard fact, right? Having that in your head compared to, I'm 12 years old, I'm in the arcade, and I see Momochi winning this, and I saw Tokido. Daigo is like my hero. Oh my God, like Daigo just won this tournament and won like $50,000. And then I start playing and people are like, whoa, this guy's good because you have online. And so you're playing online and people are like, who is this Hinao person who's like beating everybody and is always the #1 ranked Ryu or Luke in Japan? And like people find you and then they're like, you are really good, let's train you. Like literally, you're in this position where everybody is supporting you. Like everyone's like, yes, do this. Yes, do this. Meanwhile, everybody my age, your parents are like, stop playing video games, ruining your life. And then there's, you know, like, I know, like, I should stop playing video games because it's ruining my life, right? Like, I can't even explain to you how much that holds you back. And the fact that these players can still be so good that, like, Evo runs a CVS2 tournament, and John Choi gets second place, like practicing for 3 days, or maybe not at all. I asked him, he was like, yeah, I didn't really practice for this tournament. He got second place. And you're telling me that, like, none of these, like, crazy new CVS2 heads, you know, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't say that, I don't think that, like, I'm not saying that nobody could beat John Choi, but he still got second place, is what I'm saying. And so, like, he's ridiculous, right? But it was never the end game. It was never, ever, ever the end game for any of these people. And how much that can hold you back is massive. And like I said, to the fact that, like, even during Wednesday Night Fights, when Street Fighter V came out, Vi was playing more casually. He was just running things and stuff like that. He was literally the best player in the country at one point. Like, no debate, he was the best in the country at one point in time. He would, like, people would be like, oh my God, Rashid sucks in season 1. So he's like, all right, so he'd just play Rashid. And he would just beat everybody at Wednesday Night Fights, right? Like the fact that like players like Vi and Choi and stuff like that can do that kind of thing is really freaking impressive, man. Like, that just tells you how good they are. It just shows you how strong they are. So, you know, the fact that they're not winning today, like, I don't know how you can have that expectation on them. Now, there's other layers to this as well, and this is one of the things that drives me absolutely nuts. And anybody who's watched my channel enough knows that I have been trying to move, you know, fighting game discourse forward for quite some time already, because we are still so woefully behind. So woefully behind on how to talk about fighting games. But, like, the fact that somebody can say, like, well, you see, Daigo and Tokido used to win in Street Fighter 4, and now in 5 and 6 they can't do as much. Why do you think that the skills to play Street Fighter 4 are the same skills that you need to play Street Fighter 5 and 6? Where is that assumption coming from? Because I already talked about how, like, Super Turbo, you don't even play footsies with whiff punishing and stuff like that. I call that hitbox fighter. Like, I call Super Turbo, you know, it's hitbox fighter. You saw the enemy throw out a move, you threw out a move that beat that move. And it wasn't a reaction. You just, like, he's gonna press the button, whiff, 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 whiff. I've said many times, someone asked me one time, they were like, why do players whiff moves like that all the time? What are they trying to do? And I'm like, they're trying to hit your button, and you're not whiff punishing them, so, like, why not hit that button, right? Like, it's a completely different thing. In fact, when Third Strike came out, Third Strike was one of the first Street Fighters that really was more about whiff punishing. So Third Strike kind of moved on to whiff punishing, and I never really got good at Third Strike, which is why, you know, from Third Strike to 4, you know, Street Fighter 4, 5, and 6, my whiff punishing is ass, because it's just not a skill that I learned in fighting games. Because the older games like Alpha 3, Alpha 2, CVS, etc., they didn't promote that kind of style of play, but Third Strike did. So much to the point that the very first Golfland tournament for Street Fighter 3 New Generations, I used Alex and I killed everybody, got to grand finals against Alex Valle, and he just hit standing roundhouse with Ryu, and it, like, beat me, and I was like, what the hell am I supposed to do to this button? So he hit roundhouse again. I tried pressing a button, and it lost to the roundhouse. He did roundhouse again. I tried pressing another button. It lost to the roundhouse. Even, like, low sweeping moves, I would just get hit by it, and I kept trying to beat his roundhouse with one of my buttons. I was playing Hitbox Fighter. Even the concept of whiff punishing was not even in my brain. You know, like, I didn't even think about, like, oh, whiff punishing is a thing. I just kept trying to beat it, and it got so famous that Vi killed me literally with one button, because he did. He was like, oh, James doesn't know how to fight this? I'll just keep doing it. And I died. I lost, right? And then people afterwards are like, oh, this is how you beat it. And they showed that, after it whiffs, like Alex can crouching strong it. And I was like, that's so weird. Oh God, like that's strange. Like it was so foreign to me. Like it was just weird, right? Like the skills that are required in fighting games have changed so much across time that like, why is it that you believe that if Valle I should say Daigo and Tokido are good at Street Fighter 4, that automatically means they are good at 5 and 6. The fact that Daigo and Tokido can do as well as they do in 5 and 6, which are games that are not catered for their playstyle at all, says a lot about those players. And again, it's not just me making this up. Daigo has said a lot of this himself, right? He was learning Guile. When he was starting to learn Guile in Street Fighter V, when he switched off of Ryu and went to Guile, there's a stream where he famously is like, yeah, you kind of have to be more random in this game. Like, that's part of the game. You just have to risk, going for an OD flash kick here and there and everything like that. And I don't even think he was necessarily right, but that was him trying to figure out, like, how to play the game. Because, like, after Season 1, Daigo didn't have that much success. And why? Because Ryu lost his invincible uppercut. What is Daigo most famous for? What is Daigo absolutely most famous for? What does he have named after him? It's the Ume Shoryu, right? Like, he's like psychic. He's like, you're gonna press a button, Shoryu, and he hits you, right? And now he's playing a game where in Season 2, they took away Invincible DP. They just removed Invincible DP. He doesn't have Invincible DP anymore. He has to use meter. And if he's wrong, you get crush countered and you die. Like, you just get murdered, right? Like, literally, the game shifted in a way that hurt everything that Daigo is really good at. Like, literally, took away what he wanted to do, what he was good at, That's the thing, right? I mean, in Street Fighter 4, it wasn't really necessarily YOLO DP because you could DP FADC and stuff like that. But he also famously had the match against Gamerby where when Ryu's heavy Dragon Punch was not cancelable. You could not FADC it. However, it was the one that was truly invincible. And he knocked Gamerby down, and he walked up to Gamerby, and he did a delayed meaty heavy DP on him. He just meaty DP'd him. Gamerby got up and got hit. And Daigo walked up to him, and he got up, and he DP'd him again. And Gamerby got hit, and he just walked up again, and the third time, he did another meaty DP, and Gamerby got hit and got stunned. And that was just like one of the craziest moments that year. Like, that's just Daigo, right? He just understands that kind of thing. What's the difference between being more random and being more preemptive? So the reason why, the big difference between that, C4, it's a great question, is that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI adhere very strongly to the, what I call Street Fighter V RPS. Thank you for the follow, Sandwich Bread. Appreciate you very, very much. I've prescribed to the Street Fighter V RPS, which I now call the Street Fighter VI RPS, right? Which is the attack, throw, shimmy game, right? It's the attack, throw, shimmy game, and the way you defend it is block, press a button, or tech a throw, right? Those are your three options. The thing about it is the way that Street Fighter V and 6 are designed, it's A beats B, beats C, beats A. So you're like, it is a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. It is a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. But again, it's not necessarily, that doesn't make a fighting game bad. It makes it so that you kind of have to really detect their patterns or whatever like that. But the best players who succeeded in Street Fighter V are the ones who could mix that up a lot more. Like when I played Super Turbo, like if I knocked you down with Cammy, I walked up and did crouching medium punch. I didn't care. Like I did it every time. I didn't need a mix up because If you successfully did a reversal DP, good job. 1 frame window, good job on you. If you got hit by it, you died because I would probably stun you on the resulting combo. And if you blocked it, I had like 1,000 mix-ups that I could do off of that. So I just did the same thing because it was good, right? So it was like whatever. But like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are designed in such a way that there's literally, you know, an A beats B beats C beats A. If I went and played Super Turbo right now and you knew I was gonna block when I got up, you can't punish me. Like you can't punish me. I'm not throwable. So like, that's why people would go for cross-ups, right? Because they wanted the plus frames in a way that they could throw you. But when you got up to the ground, you couldn't. You couldn't throw them. There was a throw invul window. Although I will also say that the throw invul window was random between like 1 frame and 15 frames. So sometimes you do accidentally throw them as soon as they get up, but that was just random luck kind of a thing. But so what happens in a lot of older games is that, you know, you have, like, say, for example, in Street Fighter 4, like, a lot of characters just had invul DPs, right? It's not A beats C. It's literally, like, my Z beats all of your options except for block, right? Or focus attack backdash beats B and C, but loses the D and E, but beats F. But then there's like this X option that beats A and G, but not everything else. But then there's this option that, so what happens is that it's less about, you know, like, you have to be a little unpredictable in your randomness in the way Street Fighter V and VI play because of that RPS, right? If you are always consistent and, you know, do the same thing, or if you always change whenever you lose to something, like, it literally is, you're playing like, oh, he threw scissors and I threw scissors. Would he be the kind of person to throw scissors again? You know, like, that's the kind of thing that you have to do. And so in rock, paper, scissors, whereas people are like, oh, like, I'm good at, like, there's a randomness to it, right? There literally is a randomness to it, so. Well, the funny thing about the old games, C4, is that the randomness really didn't ever, like, that badly affect it. You know what I mean? The closest one would be Ryu's Unblockable Tatsu, OG Ryu's Unblockable Tatsu, but which was only 50% of the time that it was unblockable. The problem is that OG Ryu is not that good of a character. New Ryu is better than OG Ryu in every other way imaginable. So even having that isn't necessarily crazy. Random stun isn't a big deal. No, it's really not. Like, I can't think of a lot of situations where the random stun really was just like, what? You know, like, what? You know, because it's not even that egregious. Remember, everything has the base, and it's a variation within the base, right? It's never like one hit, dizzy kind of thing like that. And most of the time, like, you knew, right? So sometimes you'll get hit by a couple of things, and you know that that thing had the chance to stun you or not, right? And if it stuns you, like, okay, like, that happened, you die, whatever, move on to the next round. But a lot of times if you don't, you just knew not to get hit for a while, so you would turtle up and clam up and stuff like that. And like I said, it didn't really affect the game. I don't, like, it's weird to say that because so basically the best way to describe it is this. Random stun and damage would be completely bonkers in modern fighting games right now. The problem is, everything in the older fighting games were stronger than the random dizzy and the random damage. That's the best way to put it. Everything that happens in Super Turbo, like, if I'm Sagat, like, I don't care about random dizzy because I'm just doing tiger, 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 tiger. Like, who cares about random damage or random dizzy? Like, I can just throw this, and do you know how to get in on me? If you don't know, then you die, and that happens to a lot of people. If they don't know the matchup, they die, right? So, like, that's the thing, is that the random stun and the random damage and that kind of stuff, like, doesn't really... It's not more powerful or impactful than the game. I've often said the comeback factor in Super Turbo is the game, right? Like, you get hit by a meaty stand heavy punch by Fei Long, like, you can kiss 70% of your life goodbye, right? Like, does it matter if you got stunned at the end of that combo or not? No, you still lost 70% of your life. Like, in the majority of the situations, you died, right? Like, in the majority of the situations, you're dead. Like, so, again, the power level of all the characters is so high that it really doesn't quite... Right, you can't formulate plans consistently. Right, yeah, but you can't formulate plans consistently with random mechanics. No, because that's all it was just random damage and random stun and, like, random, like I said, throw invulnerability. Like I said, the majority of the time you're playing, you don't care about that. Because it's, like, in the end, the chances of those mechanics affecting whether you win or not is so minute that you just ignore it. You don't even play with that in mind. You play your game. So you have your plan. You just don't need to care about the random damage or the random stun. Like, because, again, it's just so rare that it's actually going to completely derail around that, like, all of a sudden went the other way. Because, again, most of the time if you get stunned in ST, you got hit by a couple of heavy things, right? And remember, stun in ST is not like modern fighting games, okay? You get your stun built up. If you don't get hit again, even if you block, if you don't get hit again, the stun goes to 0. There's just a window. Stun goes up. If you're at 50 out of 70 stun or whatever, I'm making numbers up. If you just survive enough and not get hit, it just goes to 0. Like, there's no going down and, like, you're trying to keep them so that they keep getting stunned, like in a lot of modern games where, you know, you're, like, trying to make them block so that they can't, like, it just goes to 0. Like, after, like, so if you hit them twice with something big and then they just block, like, most of the time you're not gonna stun them. So, like, again, it's, it just wasn't a factor. It just wasn't a factor. You know, so when you got hit by big attacks, like, the part that sucked was that you got hit by the big attacks. And that's it. That's it. So, like, it literally doesn't make a difference, right? I had somebody, well, I won't get into that one anyways, but, like, it just was never a big enough factor. If it happened, and sure, it's happened before that, like, someone got hit by, like, 2 things and they fall dizzy and they're like, what the hell? And they might have lost, but, like, it's so rare. And, like I said, the game is so brutally, violently fast anyway that it really doesn't make a difference. Yeah, stun can lead to a touch of death. But, again, like I said, the majority of the, like, nobody played with the intent of stunning the other person. Now, there are some combos that basically stun like 100% of the time. There are definitely combos like Bison has one, Sagat has one. They have New Sagat has one. Weirdly, New Sagat has the instant stun combo. So they have some combos that, like, just stun every single time. So, you know, that could be part of their goal. But again, there was no randomness to that one. It just killed, like, you just stunned them and that was the end. But again, like, anytime you got stunned in Super Turbo, it was clearly your fault. Like, you're not gonna get stunned off of a random light hit. That's the whole point of the fact that the stun goes from wherever it is to 0 instantaneously. There's no maintaining a stun so that you keep pecking at them and eventually they fall dizzy. Like, if you hit them with 2 big moves and they just block, like, and you try to stun them, like, it's just never the goal. It's just never the goal because you're better off. You are in a better position. Like, if the guy gets hit by 2 things and they're scared of being stunned, Like if you're Ryu or Sagat or Guile, you're like cool, and you just start throwing projectiles at them. You will never actually fish for the stun in those situations. Because they're so scared to move now, you can go back to your game plan of chucking projectiles at them, right? You know, or like if I'm Cammy, like if they're scared to be stunned, I will try to go and hooligan them because they're turtling up now, you know, stuff like that. It's just like the stun was never really something that people chased after. I mean, honestly, it's just kind of the best way to put it. So, yeah, you can touch a death somebody off of a stun, but like, that wasn't ever anything like that you tried to go for. And I mean, there's no better way to put it than that, you know? Yeah, exactly. In those games, most of the time when you got stunned, it made sense that you got stunned. And it's interesting because everybody who's played Super Turbo, they kind of have this internal thing in their head. Like they just get hit by stuff and they're like, yeah, I might get stunned. Let me block, right? And sometimes they get hit and they don't get stunned. Sometimes they do get stunned. But again, if they get stunned in that situation, it's because they failed to block something and they were scared about getting to get stunned anyway. So like, and again, the variance is not big enough to really be like a complete, like, this is random. Like the variance is not big enough to have it be like what? That's so unfair. You know, like it wasn't like that. And so, you know, again, when I say that the modern games, the skill is better to be a little bit more random, this is not a put down, okay? This is not a put down because Virtua Fighter, very famously, plays off of RPS, right? Virtua Fighter is literally designed around the RPS because, like, you can't even throw somebody if they're in the middle of attack. Like, if they have a big old long-ass startup and you throw, your throw just whiffs. Attacks just beat throws, right? And then, like, counters can beat attacks or just blocking, you know. Like, Virtua Fighter has a little bit of an RPS as well. And it's one of the most highly regarded games. Like I was making the example earlier that short hop in KOF is just drive rush. Yet somehow in KOF, everybody's like, this is great. And everybody in Street Fighter 6 is like, this is stupid, right? Like, they're both kind of unreactable, right? In fact, drive rushes are more reactable than short hops. Short hops have to be kind of preemptively stopped, you know, but like if you block a short hop jump CD, you're like minus and the guy runs up at you and like, you know, you have to deal with that, right? It's just as fast. It goes over a lot of buttons, you know, it's like, but it's just how people are perceiving a lot of things. Randomness is not a way to talk negative about Street Fighter V or Street Fighter 6. It's the way the games are built, and even to the point where a lot of players really like that because then it really does kind of boil down to how well can I read you? During Street Fighter V, Tokido has famously said that it was his favorite Street Fighter game. Like, he was like, I really like this. Because I think he liked the fact that you could actually, you know, like, it's about reading them, right? Because you have this system in place, it's less about, like, I can get away with some dumb okey doke, like, broken thing. You know, I don't just activate Ganajin and win. You know, like, it's a little more to it than that. So again, like, it doesn't short hop doesn't freeze the game. Normals, DPs, and super stop them. Yeah, normals, DPs, and super stop drive rushes too. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And like I said, there's more time to react to it because of the freeze. Because of the freeze. And again, I've already proven many times that drive rush freeze doesn't eat anything except for jump inputs, which should be fixed, and I don't know why they haven't fixed that. And most of the other times, in 99% of the cases, it's not going to affect what you're inputting. It will sometimes, but it's rare. And every other perceived solution is worse. every other perceived solution to fix Drive Rush is considerably worse. Considerably worse. And most Drive Rushes, Drive Rushes don't go full screen. Play Cammy. Play Cammy and tell me about how awesome her full screen Drive Rush is, because Cammy players will get mad. They will get super mad. Again, the most egregious ones go full screen, but that is a benefit to some characters more than others. And again, in order to go full screen, you have to literally let go of the controller. You have to have the controller in neutral, because if you touch any other direction, your Drive Rush stops. So in order to go full screen, you just have to let go of the controller. So like you're kind of, I mean, if it's not knockdown Oki, like trying to go full screen at somebody with a Drive Rush is usually a very bad idea, you know? Right. But my point being was that that's what Daigo said. Like Daigo said, like, I need to be more random, right? That's what he said. And, you know, it's not like directly that he needs to be random, but he's just talking about how the style of play of the game works, right? Like, because it is so directly A beats B beats C beats A, right? That just by nature is going to, you know, promote you trying to continually change what you do, right? And again, that actually is a really fun game to play. Like when I play it, like I enjoy that. I like the fact that, oh, this particular scenario, there's the story told. Because every time I've done this, he's done this reaction. And so now I know I can shimmy him, or oh, every time I've done that, like there's something very fascinating, and I like it, right? I'm not good at it, but I like it, and understanding that made me better at the game. And Daigo understanding that, and maybe he worded it differently, maybe the translation was wrong, but the way he worded it, you know, it made him better at the game. You know, he got better with Guile after that because he would start doing crazy flash kicks in situations that he probably wouldn't have done before, you know? Because you have to keep your opponents on their toes. You just have to in those games. So again, like, unpredictable. You just have to be way more unpredictable. In a lot of older fighting games, it didn't matter if you were predictable. Like, it's weird to say that, because you say that, like, every game the goal is to be random. I mean, don't make me bring up the Sagat versus Cammy footage again that I show on the stream every time, right? Like, don't make me bring that up, right? Like, because there was no reason for Sagat to be random at all, right? He would just throw a heavy tiger shot until he won if he really wanted to. Because that matchup sucks. And like I said, every time I knock someone down with Cammy, I would just do crouching medium punch. Because it was really good. It was really, really good. You know, yeah, random in Hyper Fighting or Champion Edition is bad, right? Like, you just had oppressive strategies that you just exacted on them. And, like, okay, maybe like a fireball trap, you got to switch up between slow and fast fireball from time to time. But, like, it was still so much in your advantage, and it wasn't like you were have to be like, oh, if I do this, I'll get beat up. You know, like it'll be like, oh, I did this, and so he got out of my fireball corner trap, you know, kind of thing. And that's like, I remember watching some Street Fighter 4 players play ST. Like they were playing DJ, and every time they knocked the enemy down, they went for a cross up, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, they're fighting a Zangief, and they're fighting a Honda. And every time he knocked him down, he went for a cross-up. And I was like, what are you doing? Right? That's all I could think to myself. I didn't say this out loud. I was just like, what are you doing? And because if you're DJ and you knock down a Honda or a Zangief, you should never go for a cross-up. You should just go a screen away and throw a meaty fireball and then kill them. Because they have trouble dealing with that. Right? Like, it's crazy. It's kind of crazy situation. if your goal is not to be more unpredictable, isn't that a sign of a bad game because you're just putting one flowchart versus another? Again, like, there's still reads. Like, you still have the ability to do reads. Like, you know, Kens are going to walk up to you and just DP or throw, right? Like, that's kind of a crazy thing. But again, like, the feeling is that if you let Ken get to that position where he can run up to you and DP or throw, like, that's kind of your fault that you got into that situation there. You know, there's obviously a lot of, like, mix-ups and situations like that, but, you know, I'm not saying, like, those old games aren't random, but the mindset is just very different. It's a very different thing. So, like, Daigo said it himself, too. He was like, older games are about the speed of decision-making, whereas newer games are more about studying, you know, the situation, right? So, like, you have to know if this knockdown is this plus, if he dashes, or whatever like that. And then when you're in that situation, if you know that you're plus, what are the things that you have to deal with? Most likely, attack, throw, or shimmy, right? Like, that's what it is. And so you have to be unpredictable in that situation, right? You literally have to. But, like, in a lot of the older games, if you were just, like, fast and, like, overwhelm the opponent, like, they just ended up getting hit by shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, this is what I'm talking about. The problem is, the literal problem is, the people who have not played the old games keep trying to apply the modern stuff to the old games. I was having this argument with somebody, and literally they're like, of course frame data matters in Super Turbo, right? Like, that's the strike throw mix-up game. And I was like, what strike throw mix-up game? It was like, how can a game not have strike throw mix-up? Like, it has to have a strike throw mix-up game. I'm like, bro, throws are one frame, right? And I can't be thrown on wake up. Like, I literally can't be thrown on wake up, right? So why would you go for a strike throw mix-up? Like, if I'm -1, I get thrown. If I'm +1, it's just who times the throw better, and that's it, right? Like, it's like, there's no strike throw game in that, in Super Turbo. There's just none. It just doesn't exist. And so, like, everybody is always trying to apply these modern games to the old games, and they just don't play that way. They're just completely different games. And so, like, yeah, it's crazy to say, like, yeah, the random damage, random stun doesn't do anything, you know, or, like, this game is more random. Like, every fighting game is based on guessing. Every fighting game is based on guessing. 100%. 100%. But, like, the chances in older games of you guessing wrong on defense was significantly lower. So if I just decided to wake up and block every single time, you can't throw me, right? So you go for the cross-up. Well, I block the cross-up. Every character in Super Turbo has a Dragon Punch. So, like, here's the mix-up. I'm going to try to Dragon Punch. And you know, I even said to people before, if I know you are going to try a wake-up DP in Super Turbo, I'm going to come and try to meaty you anyway. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Why, if I, like, went to the future for, like, 10 seconds and knew you were going to do a DP, why would I try to meaty you? It's because I'm counting on you messing up. Because it's one frame. Right? Like, there's just so much, like, other factors coming into it, right? So, like, literally, even if I know you're going to DP, I will do the thing that loses to the DP, right? That's crazy, right? But, like, there's that element there, right? But whereas, like I said, like, in a lot of the modern games, like, tech beats throw, shimmy beats tech, you know, button beats, you know, like, it's just, it's crazy like that. It's like the games are just so fundamentally different. Like, it's not, yeah, I mean, relying on your opponent to mess up is kind of random, but again, like, you're just banking, you're like, go for it, do it, right? And the point is that the person making the decision is not making like a rock, paper, scissors guess. Right? They're not making a rock, paper, scissors guess. They're just like, it's just like jumping at somebody when they have a DP. I don't think you're going to be ready for the jump this time. I don't think you're going to get the DP out this time. Right? It's just literally what it is. You know, but the Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI literally have a built-in system of A beats B beats C beats A. If they made throws reactable and you can tech them, the whole game gets destroyed. The whole game gets ruined. You know? They literally have that built in there. And so one of the keys of success is being able to navigate that. And again, it's not a negative. Like I said, I actually enjoy that part of the game now because I get it and I understand how to play it, and I will use that to my advantage, right? I've often said that when I play Street Fighter 6, one of the first things I do is try to throw the opponent as much as possible, even if they tech. Because I'm trying to send the message that I throw a lot, and that hopefully opens you up to a shimmy, right? So, like, there is, like, it's an interesting thing because I always talk about it. It's a storyline. Like, it's a storyline in each of those situations. So while you need to be unpredictable to create this proper triangle of what beats what, you have to be unpredictable. So, I've definitely gotten very derailed here. Again, my point is not to defend old games versus new games. My whole point of talking about this is that old games are not new games, and new games are not old games. Like, it can't be denied that Street Fighter 6 is a much more reaction-based game. You have to have good reactions in Street Fighter 6. And people are going to be like, well, you had to have good reactions in old games. You had ways to get around it. I have realized now that my reactions suck. My reaction is awful. And I thought about this. I was like, how did I play all these fighting games in the past? How does that make sense? And I realized how much I played around my bad reactions. I used Cammy, who had an uppercut that was safe on block. I wouldn't uppercut the jumps because I have bad anti-air reactions. I'd block the jump attack, but then I'd input a DP. If they didn't true block string, I would DP them. And if they did true block string, I would block. And if they tried to bait it out and block, I was safe, right? I did that in 4. I did DP FADC back with Cammy all the time because you couldn't really punish that, right? Or I played Zangief where the anti-air is just press 3 buttons. It's a one-frame thing. It's very easy to react to with Zangief. I realized how much I played around my bad reactions in old games. And like I said, like those old games didn't necessarily reward you for that kind of situation, which is why, you know, like I said, I can't whiff punish because I don't have reactions. But whiff punish is so important in like 5 and 6 and even in 4 and even in 3. Like, whoa, surprise. Like, well, 4 you could get away with a lot without whiff punishing. But like, surprise, I'm not very good at 3, 5, and 6, right? Because I don't have the whiff punish ability. I just don't. But I had ways to get around it in older games, and the older games didn't require you to have the reactions as much as the modern games do. And, you know, like, people are always like, how can you even say that, James, about top player? Because you don't win anything. Like, bro, like, Greg Popovich is not beating anybody on the court, even at his prime, right? Like, fuck you, you know, kind of a situation. Like Tokido is not a reaction-based player. He's always been bad at reactions. In Street Fighter V, he was historically weak on anti-airs. And how do I know that? Because I reacted to the anti-airs the exact same way he did. He blocked so many jumps in Street Fighter V, but he found ways to make up for it in just being better than the opponent. But he famously did not anti-air as many jumps as a lot of other top players. So of course he's gonna die to Drive Impact. At EWC, when he died to Drive Impact, I was like, yep. Like, I wasn't on commentary, but I was just thinking to myself, yes, like, I expect Tokido to get killed by Drive Impact. And he got hit by like 3 in a row. Like, and I was like, boy, I've lived that life my whole time, like the whole time, right? Like the games don't necessarily play to those players' strengths. Like I said, Daigo is known for the Ume Shoryu, right? And yeah, that's kind of random, absolutely. But Daigo was so good at those reads. But in Street Fighter 6, you don't have an invincible DP. You literally don't have an invincible DP unless you spend meter. And in Street Fighter 6, it's more important to mash or drive gauge than it is to just try to randomly Ume Shoryu people, right? Like, if you like are wrong in 6, like you burn 2 bars, they punish counter you, lose a 3rd bar, and then you just die, right? Like, that's game over. Like in the older games, like if you were wrong, like the guy might be able to like hit you with just like this smaller combo or whatever like that, because a lot of DPs were like Ken's DP was safe on block. In Super Turbo, like if he walked up to you and did light DP, like half the cast couldn't hit him. They couldn't punish him, right? He just light DP'd and like that was it. Like you were just like, okay, I can't do anything, you know? But you've taken away like one of Daigo's biggest strengths in Street Fighter 6 and in Street Fighter 5. Daigo did well in Season 1 of Street Fighter 5. Remember what was in Season 1 of Street Fighter 5? Invincible DPs. He had invincible DPs. And so he did well in Season 1. And then in Season 2, he didn't do so well until he switched to Guile. And like I said, then he had that one stream. He was just like, I see, I have to be more random. And then he went to Red Bull and like everyone got hyped because he Ume flash kicked everything. He just did OD flash kicks everywhere, if you remember. But in 6, if you do that, you burn yourself out. So you can't do that, right? So at least in Street Fighter 5, when you did the EX flash kick, you were just taking away your ability to do a super. And that was it. Like, that was no skin off your back, right? So again, like, these games are not playing to these players' strengths. So to say like, oh, Daigo and Tokido aren't doing well compared to the players today, that means that everyone today is better than from a long time ago. No, that's not what it means at all. It doesn't mean what it's all. And that's why I brought up John Choi playing CVS2 at EVO and getting 2nd place in like 3 days or even less of practice, right? Because like these guys are incredible at the things that they were really good at. And old fighting games catered to a very different mindset. They just catered to a very different mindset. Again, Daigo famously said, and I quote this all the time, he was like, Nuki is not good at like Street Fighter 5. He's like, does that mean Nuki is a bad fighting game player? He's like, no. It's just that Nuki doesn't want to study. He's lazy. He just wants to play fast, overwhelm you, and just, and just kind of like just basically force you to make mistakes. Because again, as Daigo said, he's like, the old games were about the speed of decisions. Modern games are about studying the situations. Daigo said this, right? And so Nuki not being good at 5 or 6, does that mean Nuki is a bad player? That he's washed up? That all the youth are better than him? No, because people aren't beating Nuki in all the old games that Nuki still plays, right? Like, and again, we look at every other scene, like Tekken, Kudan's won Tekken 7 at a Tekken World Tour. He won Tekken World Tour in Tekken 7. He was also playing Tekken at the year that Daigo did the Daigo parry at EVO. And I know this because I took pictures of all the top 8 players, and I have Kudan's picture from that year. He made top 8 at EVO that year, and I think he even won that year or something like that. But when the game doesn't change, the same players are still good. Guilty Gear, like, even when we went to Exert, okay, is Exert different than XX? Yeah, it's different, but a lot of the things still work, and the mindset that you play the game was still very cohesive between the games. And Nage and Omito and Fab, they're doing just fine. Strive comes along and changes the game completely, and they're not as good at those games, right? Does that mean they suck now? Is like all the new Strive players clearly better than all those old Japanese? No, the game is different. The game is different, and we have to talk about fighting games this way. Like, I'm tired of the fact that like people don't want to acknowledge this, because this also leads to people hating games. I play this game, it sucks. No, it doesn't suck. It's just not how you want to play a fighting game. It doesn't feel like what you see everybody complain about in fighting games, like, oh, I hate drive rush because it skips neutral. Look at the scrub drive rushing. No, he's playing the game right. He's playing the game. You're the only person, like, it's your fault. It is your decision to think that drive rushing a lot is scrubby. That's completely on you. But it is clearly the effective strategy. It is clearly the right way to play the game, right? So, you know, like, what was the Discord during Sajam Slam? I didn't even see that. Oh, a lot of people learning that tag fighters are insane and kind of bullshit. Dude, the MK community for MK1 having assist, like, someone literally was so mad at MK1, an old school MK player. I don't remember which one, but they're like, you can actually do an unsafe move and then your assist keeps you safe. That's so dumb. And like, a lot of people were like, that's how assist games work. You know, like, we have to stop applying one set of benchmarks, one set of standards for fighting games. No, just because Mena kills everybody in Street Fighter 6 doesn't mean he'd kill everybody in Third Strike or Super Turbo. Would he be good at the game? Hell yeah, he'd be good. Would he win as consistently? Maybe not. I mean, I've seen a lot of new school players go and play those old games. Like I said, Psycho was just like, there's no real neutral in old games. Like, players back then just knew how to be flashy, you know, there's no neutral. And I'm like, bro, like Ryu versus Guile, like I said, in Super Turbo is literally the greatest fighting game matchup, in my opinion, in terms of and a lot of it is because of the neutral. Like, I literally think that's like the best fighting game match in the history of Street Fighter. Like, it's so detailed and intense, and the neutral is so distinct, and like, it's just like, there's so much coolness about that match. And I think it's one of the greatest neutrals ever, but it doesn't have a neutral that plays anything like 5 or 6. So if you're a 5 or 6 player and you go back and play those games, you're like, what is this neutral, right? Like, if you don't play Third Strike and you're fighting against somebody and you're like, I'm gonna learn Third Strike and see what's so great about this, and a guy jumps at you and you're like, haha, anti-air parry, and then you die. And you're like, the guy jumps at you, anti-air, and you parry, you die. You try to change up the timing, he still parries you and you die. You know, in modern discourse, you would be saying, jumping is a really stupid neutral skip in Third Strike. Like, you're safe. Like, that's so dumb. It's so scrubby. You can jump, and anything I do, you can parry. How is this even, like, good? How is this fighting game good? When I first played Gootecks in Street Fighter 4, he came from Street Fighter 3, and I played him, and he was using Balrog, so he just wanted to headbutt into Ultra. And I never jumped at him. And he was like, why don't you ever jump? How come you never jump? And I was like, because I came from Street Fighter 2 and not Third Strike. Like, all the people he was playing were Third Strike players, and so they just jumped. It was just in their blood to jump a lot, and they just died all the time. Because in Third Strike, you can jump all the goddamn time, right? But once you play the game a lot, you're like, well, no, James, it's not true, because the way you defeat this is right. Like, yes, you're right. You've accepted that neutral skip. You've accepted that bullshit tactic because you like the game, right? And so like the way you play Third Strike has always been the game by itself in the corner. Like if you played Super Turbo, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, CVS, CVS 2, and then there was the Third Strike players. Third Strike players did not cross over. Third Strike players were here, and everybody else was playing all these games here, right? Why? Because they were different games. They're different games. And, like, that's okay. Right? And, like, they're just different. You know what I mean? And so you say, like, I think everyone accepts games are different. Not enough. Not to the degree that they should be doing it. Because, like I said, everyone ends up hating games, right? Like, oh, this game sucks. You know? And the example I gave a long time ago was with, like, comedy, right? Like, oh, you like comedy movies? You like comedy movies? You'll enjoy Sleepless in Seattle and Jackass the movie equally then, because you like comedy. Like, no, right? Because I like romantic comedies. I hate slapstick comedy like that. I hate, like, reality kind of stuff. And then there's people like, Jackass the movie is the funniest goddamn thing ever. And, you know, When Harry Met Sally is romantic. I don't like romantic comedies. But you notice how the discussion is very different, right? Because they're just like, I don't like romantic comedies. It's not like, oh, Jackass is the greatest thing ever. Like, When Harry Met Sally sucks. Sleepless in Seattle sucks. It's so bad. It's so dumb, right? It's just like, I don't like romantic comedies. You have the ability to just accept that, you know, it's not for you. But that's not the case in fighting games. Like, there's too much of this discourse where, like, oh, I played it, I didn't enjoy it, it sucks. Like, why? Why are we like this? Why do we do this all the time? You know, that is the number one discourse in the FGC. You know, the chat, like, I'm waiting for Street Fighter 6. Why do we have this garbage Guilty Gear here? You know, like, bro, like, you don't have to watch the Guilty. You just keep it on in the background until Street Fighter starts. You know, it's just like it's like the discourse in the FGC is, I hate the things that I don't like, as opposed to I like what I like, and the other things aren't necessarily for me. You know. Coming from SF to KOF, I wanted that shit to be all footsies until I got hit with a hop jump CD, hop D. Why are they jumping so much? You gotta play the game for what it is. Exactly. They're just different, right? And again, so on this, we just have to kind of agree to disagree, C4, because I don't think people accept it. Not with the discourse that we see. The amount of people who are like, I hate, like, Drive Rush is scrubby, take it out of the game. Oh, it would be so much better if you just remove Drive Rush from the game. Like, the amount of people who say that and believe that, and the amount of people who keep posting up, look at the scrub, he just Drive Rushed 3 times in a row, like, again, why is he being scrubby? He's playing the game right. Like I said, Drive Rush and Short Hop, like, they're kind of the same thing, right? Like, they kind of accomplish a lot of the same situation, which is, I can get in really fast, and even if you block it, I'm plus a lot of the time, and you have to deal with a mix-up, and you kind of have to be really good at checking them, right? But, like, in KOF, it's so beloved, but in Street Fighter, it's absolutely despised. You know, like, is Drive Rush really that bad? Is Drive Rush really the evil of all evils? And like I said, there's nothing inherently wrong with Drive Rush except for the fact that there's so little risk to it. So, like I said, make it more easily punished, and then you don't have to change anything else, and it's more balanced. People will Drive Rush less. You know? So, like, people need to understand that the games are different. And so it's not about new versus old. It's not about kids versus vets or whatever like that. It's, well, one, we're in a different environment, which is what does promote a lot of kids being good. Because, like I said, at my age, when you played fighting games, you knew you were ruining your life. You had to quit. You knew you had to quit. And knowing that really changes the way that you approach fighting games. And when you're like, oh, I'm good at fighting games. I'm doing really well online. Oh, these pros noticed me. Oh, they signed me to a team and now they're coaching me. Oh, I can win $1 million? Like, bro, like night and day, night and day, night and day. If people like John Choi or Mike Watson or Alex Valle were in that environment, fuck, they'd be killing everybody right now. They would be beating everybody's asses down. But our lives were already focused down a certain path. I'm one of the only people that's dumb enough to try to actually like, no, fighting games are my life. Like, this is what I'm dedicating. And I'm broke as fuck. And like, like I'm in a severely worse place than I was when I had a real job, you know? So like, you know, like, it's different. It's a different thing, you know? And for the kids versus the vets, like I said, the environment is very different. I don't think, like I said, K-Brad said it best. The old players, if they wanted to, would be just as good as the new players. The new players, if they wanted to, could also beat a lot of the old players at their own game. But a lot of the times, one of the reasons why you see the crossover not happening is because the games are different. The things that you were rewarded for in older fighting games aren't the same things that are rewarded for necessarily in the modern games. So that's why you see a lot of the old school players. Like, dude, I see it on my Facebook feed all the time. All the old players. God, Street Fighter 6 sucks. God, it's so stupid. Street Fighter 5 sucks. God, it's such a stupid game. It's so scrubby. It's so dumb. Like, and I keep telling them all the time, like, they're not bad games. They just don't play the way that you want to play. They don't reward the things that you feel like should be rewarded necessarily in a fighting game in the way that you want it to be rewarded. It's not a bad game. And so I tell them this all the time, but a lot of the old players won't play the old games. And a lot of the times when the new players play the old games, like I said, they're like, what the hell, man? Like, this game has no neutral. And like, that's not true. I had one player like, I played Super Turbo. How do people say this game's good? There's like no hit confirms. You can't do this. You can't do that. This game is dumb. And I was like, look, you're not wrong. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna yell at you about this, even though it's my favorite fighting game to play. Because it's not how you want to play. And I was like, you have every right to think that way. But, you know, it's not a bad game. It's just not what you're used to. And so, like, I get so frustrated when people try to apply, like, one thing across. You know, there's a reason why a lot of these old players don't do as well in the newer games. But nobody, I mean, there's a lot of people picking up Fightcade. There's a lot of new Third Strike players, a lot of new CVS2 players. But in the end, like, John Choi still beat, like, Silent Scope almost beat John Choi. I think he sent him to losers, but then John Choi came back and beat him with some ridiculous comeback in CVS2 at EVO. And Silent Scope, that's all he does is play CVS2. Like, it's his favorite game. He knows more about that game than John Choi does. I guarantee you that. He plays it all the time. He runs the CVS2 Discord along with Windy Man. And, like, John Choi still beat all of them, right? Like, it's not that these players aren't as good. It's that the games are different. And I just think... oh yeah, 100% I think that some fighting games are bad. Yeah, 100% I think some fighting... Like, there are two specific fighting games that I actually actively hate. One I've never said publicly. The other one is, sorry, Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I think Street Fighter Cross Tekken is like literally one of the worst fighting games that I've ever played. Like, I fucking hate that game. I actually think that game is legit bad, which is kind of funny because I know you like the game, and so we just entered this conversation again, not intentionally. Like, it's just an unfortunate thing. It's unfortunate that it happened this way, but I literally actively hate that game, like Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So I hate a lot of that game for external reasons. I also don't particularly enjoy the game. However, I will never tell people that they're wrong for playing it. I'll never tell people they're wrong for playing it. In fact, when I see people promoting it or like, oh my gosh, like, look at this, we're running this tournament on the side, like, I will stop and watch sometimes just to see, like, am I wrong? What has the game changed into now? I'm curious. I want to watch. And you know what? I'm glad people still play it, right? And that's what I mean by moving making the fighting game discussions more mature. Like, I can fucking hate the game and I think it's bad, but like, I know that's just my opinion, and I know I'm painted by a lot of external things. You know, I know way too much about Street Fighter Cross Tekken before the game came out. And so like I hate the game for what it was supposed to represent, basically. So, you know, that's how it is, right? And so I do think that there are such things as bad games. Like, I'm never going to sit here and say Time Killers is great, right? But like, even Justin was like talking about Street Fighter the movie, and he shit-talked that game. He's like, this game is bad, but like, you know, it's kind of good. And the Street Fighter the movie community got mad at him, right? Like, maybe there isn't such a thing as a bad fighting game. Maybe there really just isn't. Because as long as there's a group of people who enjoy the game, who's to say that they're wrong? Who's to say that they're wrong? Sailor Moon S on the Super Nintendo literally has a character that if they backdash, they're invincible. And they can actually chain backdash to backdash. So you can actually backdash and then backdash the very first frame, your backdash ends. So you can remain invincible for the entire round if you just backdash forever. And people love this game. And in fact, she's not even good. I've heard she's actually a really bad character because she just can't get the life lead, you know, kind of thing. But like, people are playing this game, right? You know, like for example, like, you know, like trying to apply all the things that, you know, like, oh, well, frame data is so important in Super Turbo, you know, like, okay, like if I told you that Cammy, right, she has 6 buttons up close, 6 buttons while far, and 6 buttons while crouching, right? She has 18 different attacks, 18 different normals in this situation, in Super Turbo, right? If I asked you guys right now, how many of those normals, out of 18 normals, how many of those normals are minus on block? If I asked you that question, what would your guess be? What would your guess be? Cammy, 16 buttons, 6 close-up buttons, 6 far buttons, 6 crouching buttons. How many of those moves are minus on block? Right? Like, I just want to see some guesses. 18 moves, so X out of 18, how many are minus on block, right? And I'll just wait for a little bit. Yeah, it's literally 1. It's 1 move that's minus on block. That's it. Zangief's crouching roundhouse, I think, is like... No, her sweep is plus on block. Her sweep is plus on block. It's only close heavy kick. Close heavy kick is literally the only minus move that she has. Zangief, his sweep is like 5 frames. and it reaches mad far, and it's one of the best sweeps in the game, and it's +1 on block. Like you can't apply like the skills from one game to the other, right? Like, because they just, I mean, like Zangief standing light kick. I always like to talk about this move. Zangief standing light kick, 0 recovery frames. Literally 0 recovery frames. And you're like, how does that even make sense? The last frame is active. His standing light kick goes kick, and it's active, 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 and then it's done. There's literally no recovery frames. So, like, if you're like, oh, well, I'm good at whiff punishing, this is what footsies is, like, there's nothing to whiff punish. That move literally has no recovery frames. Like, literally no recovery frames. There's no way that you apply the skills from old games to the new game. So the fact that Daigo and Tokido are still so strong at Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, I think speaks to just how good they are at fighting games. Because also Japan has a better time of understanding that they're playing the game that they're playing, right? I had this conversation a few weeks ago. Like, Japan's like, Mai's broken, let's all play Mai, right? And then in the US, like, Mai's broken, nobody played Mai. No, like, it took NuckleDu switching to Mai for us to really have a top-level Mai in the United States. What the fuck is that? Who was the best Mai in the country before NuckleDu? Did we have one? Did we have one at all? Right? But Japan, like, Mai's cheap. And, like 25% of the Japanese players started playing Mai, right? So, like, again, Japan is really good at adapting to the game they're playing. So the fact that Daigo and Tokido can still find that kind of success because they're not trying to turn the game into the game they want to play. They try to turn themselves into the players that can succeed at the game. But a lot of times in the West, you just see, like, this is dumb. Please take this away. This is dumb. Please nerf this. This is stupid. Like, how many tweets do you see from Western players are like, until they fix, I am not playing the game anymore. Like, what? Right? Like, I hate DIs. DIs kill me. But I know that's a me problem. I have never, ever said that drive impacts are overpowered. I have always said they kill me. I can't react to them. I've never said that they're a bad mechanic, because I don't think they're a bad mechanic. I don't think they're broken. I just can't fight them. And I will play the game in that environment. And yeah, it sucks. I get mad, and when you watch me play, I will be like, fucking drive impacts is the stupidest mechanic ever. Like, I will do that, but I know that's just salt and rage, because it's not a broken mechanic. It's just not, right? But, like, there's too many people who just spend all their time being like, I hate this, I don't want to play it. I hate this, it makes the game bad. As opposed to, like, you know what? Like, there's no such thing as a fighting game that's perfect for me. And if I stop playing any fighting game that has something that doesn't appeal to me, you're never going to play another fighting game in your entire life. I told people this when Fatal Fury City of the Wolves first came out. When the first beta came out, everybody was so pumped. They're like, this is the greatest game. This game plays exactly as I want to play fighting games and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you guys are setting yourselves up for failure because the game is new. Nobody knows how this game plays. So you can play your style in the game. But as the game develops and matures, it's going to hyper-focus into a certain style. Now, if that style happens to gel with you, congratulations. But if you are sitting here going like, City of the Wolves is now my dream fighting game, it plays exactly, well, of course it plays exactly as the way you, because nobody knows how to play. So you can play the way you play fighting games, and that's cool. But eventually it's going to hyper-focus in something, and the things that you enjoyed are going to go away, and now you're going to be mad, and now you're going to be like, I hate this game, I don't want to play it anymore. Like, everybody who plays fighting games is setting themselves up to hate the game that they're playing. I see so many tweets from people like, God, there's no fighting game to play right now. They all suck. No, they don't all suck. You're just not willing to accept a game to play the way that it plays. Right? This is really it. That's a game thing, though, because Japan and Guilty Gear, they play the characters they like. Well, again, as I've mentioned, Guilty Gear, up until Strive, didn't change. And again, people are going to yell at me. Xrd is nothing like XX. You know, they're so different, blah, 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 blah. No, like, the mindset for the two games are still similar. The mechanics are different, but the overall, like, thought process and how you play those games, yeah, sure, you know, YRCs in Xrd were like crazy and stuff like that, but like a lot of the things that you did still worked in both games. Like I said, Tekken, the players were strong all the way, and even during Tekken 8 they're still pretty strong, but the players have always been strong the whole entire time. They can play the characters they like because the game didn't change that much, but that's just not true for Street Fighter. It's just not true for Street. The game changes so drastically. So drastically. Actually, it's a good question, Jamal. That's is that Jamal D? Jamal D'Angelo Pitts, I think is what it is. That's a good question. Yeah, Jack might have been the one. But like, yeah, he was the first one. He was the first one. Okay. But again, like I said, in Japan, like, they all played that game. Thank you, Sad Story Bob, for the follow. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it. They all just played Mai. Like, everybody went to Mai in Japan. Like, they just all started playing Mai. And, like, the fact that, you know, the way that everybody complains about Mai, the fact that we don't have most, like, a lot of the top players in America playing Mai, or even not top players playing Mai. Like, what's happening? What's going on? Everybody's going to tell you that she is objectively de facto the best. Why is nobody playing her? Why is nobody playing her? At least, like, what was it? Shoot, not Zerna. It was, Killzyu. Like, Killzyu is like, I'm playing Mai now. And he's, like, killing everybody in the EU. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're just being carried by Mai. And Killzyu's like, yeah, like, you should be carried by this character too. Like, Killzyu is doing the right thing, honestly. Like, I so admire what he's doing, honestly. So, right. So, Fab would never jump off pot, but do all those old school players play much Guilty Gear Strive? Like, I know, like, Samito plays a little bit and stuff, but you don't see them winning the tournaments in Japan as much, right? Like obviously Gobo was good before, and he's still good, but he also was just the kind of guy who's like, I'm just gonna use the most bullshit thing that I can play right now. Like, I'm just gonna have the fun trolly thing that I can do, right? Like, so that's the point, is like, the game is so different that it's not that they're not good at it, they don't enjoy it. They don't want to play that, right? Like, Fab could be good at Strive, probably, if he wanted to. It'll be harder for him to succeed like he did in the other games because the game is different, but he just doesn't enjoy it. So he's not going to try as hard in the game. You know, because it's a different game. But when the game doesn't change, look at KOF. Look at KOF. Like, Xiaohai has never, like, not been, like, the best for a long time. Why? Because KOF doesn't change. Yeah, mechanics change, but KOF is still KOF. The same guy, ZJZ, is still playing KOF and doing really well. ZJZ is a pretty old, I'm sorry, it's ET. ET's a pretty old player over there. But all the same top KOF players are still good at KOF, right? What's going on in Fatal Fury right now? Like, it's like, okay, Reynold is playing Fatal Fury. Like, he's good at the game, right? Like, and it's Shanghai again. Like it's just like it's like, and the example I always give, the ultimate example of, look, the games play differently and they just appeal to different people. Samurai Showdown, first year at EVO. That game sold way better than SNK was hoping for. A lot of people picked up that game. A lot of new guys. A lot of new heads out there. But I always said, no, this is an old school game. This caters more to old school mindset. Right? That's what I've said about that game since the beginning. And even had someone arguing with me before. They were like, no, the players are better now. But that guy loves Samurai Showdown. And so literally I was like, Samurai Showdown EVO, top 8. There were so many new people playing this game. So many new people playing this game. What was top 8? It was like Alex Vai, Henry Sen, like Reynold was in there, Kazunoko was in there, like Infiltration. Infiltration is a tough one because he kind of spans. Infiltration was kind of the bridge between the two like the heart versus the mind style of play that I talk about all the time. So, you know, he could kind of win at both, which is what made Infiltration such an incredible player, because he could play both styles really, really well. But the entire top 8 for Samurai Showdown, like, the youngest person was like 31 or something like that. It was like dumb. And so, like, where's all the new players? Where's all the kids who are so much better? You know, because the old people didn't really play. No, the game catered to their style. And remember, fighting games grew up in the arcade. You can't make a fighting game that you have to study in the arcade. Because we didn't have the internet. We didn't have frame data. We didn't have training mode. So in order for a game to succeed in the arcade, you had to design the game in a specific way that is fun to pick up and play and have fun, and it will reward like different kinds of strategy. And what happened was that appealed to the heart players, and so the FGC kind of self-selected into heart players. There weren't many mind players. The mind players were like, I don't like, this is dumb. I'm gonna go play a different video game, right? Like, so we kind of like, what we didn't have. So literally, that's why all the old heads are the way they are, because the genre self-selected into heart players, because that's how the games were designed. You couldn't put a Street Fighter 6 in the arcade and be like, oh, when I DP and then I whiff a jab and then I whiff a standing medium kick, now if I do standing heavy kick, I'm, 5 frames median, like, you can't make a game like that back in the old arcade days. Because where's that like, how are you gonna even find any of that out, right? Like, like, how are you gonna find any of this info? Like, there's no way. So the games were just designed as, characters just have a bunch of shit that they can do, and it's up to you to try to do that as best as possible. And so, like, again, like, yeah, like, old games were balanced horribly for that reason, for the exact same reason, right? Like, again, I'm not saying they're better. In fact, by objectively speaking, most of the old fighting games are actually worse than a lot of the modern fighting games, right? Because they're so incredibly unbalanced, because nobody knew what they were doing. Someone asked, why does Guile have the double sweeping kick? Because they probably thought it was neat in Street Fighter 2. They had no idea what was gonna happen, right? Like, right? But you designed the fighting games to play in a certain way. So yes, the old crowd self-selected into this mind, that mindset self-selected in fighting games. When Street Fighter V came out, there was a lot of people who are like, this is the first Street Fighter I've ever understood. Like, this is fun. Like, I'm really glad that, the turns thing is here, because I never knew what to do half the time in old fighting games. But because I understand turns now, if I know I'm minus, I know what the situation is. I get it now. I can play around, like, Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6, extending it a little bit, opened up the world of Street Fighter to mind players, right? I've often said that, like, Tekken is a mind game and Soul Calibur is a heart game, I discovered this learning Soul Calibur, and now it makes sense why the scenes of Tekken and Soul Calibur don't cross over. Right? Because they're very different games. Like, it's crazy because back in the day, everyone who played Capcom Fighters, they played all of them. It was always weird to me that Tekken players didn't cross over to Soul Calibur and Soul Calibur didn't cross over to Tekken. There were the rare occasions where obviously they did, like Eris and stuff like that, but for the most part, they were separate communities because they were different mindsets, right? They played differently. The way that you played them was a very different thing. Now, Tekken has also done a good enough job that they've thrown in a lot of enough fuck your frame data stuff going in there, so that it's not like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI levels. But again, like, we have now opened the door to all these mind players who are really enjoying Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI. A lot of the people who love those games are more mind-based players. They're like, oh, the frame data, I understand the situation, I get it. Like, now everything starts to make more sense for me. And I love that. I'm glad we've been able to open Street Fighter up to a whole set of audience that, you know, didn't really enjoy it before. And you could see the vestiges of the mind players from the Heart era, like Ultra David. Ultra David's a perfect example. He always liked fighting games, but as soon as Street Fighter V came out and Street Fighter VI and stuff, like these games like gel with David really well. Again, he had to DQ himself from EVO the first year, and he got like top 97. It was second year, I think it was, and he got like top 96, and he DQ'd himself because the game, he was always a mind player, and so it made sense. Yeah, but the thing about it is David also played Q, right? Like, Q just sucks, right? Like, he's like one of the worst characters in the game. So, like, he's even said, like, I would go to Chun-Li now if I was smarter at this point. I'm not saying that the players can't cross over. Mind players can certainly get good at heart games, and heart games can certainly get good at mind games. But the thing about it is, we have to understand that barrier exists, right? And that's why all the old players don't seem to like the new games. Because you're like, well, if it's a mind game, how come the mind players from back then don't like the games? How come there's no old school play? Because they were all heart players, because they were self-selected. The arcade format self-selected all the heart players because the mind players didn't enjoy it, right? Because it was just like, you know, like, one of the funniest things is, like, you just talk to a lot of the old school top players. Like, you know, you talk to Vi, you talk to Justin Wong, you talk to all these guys. You're like, why the hell did you do that there? They're like, it just felt like the right thing to do. Right? Like, when I analyze Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, a lot of times I'm just like, oh, okay. He probably made this decision because the previous time they were in this situation, he went for the block, and so he remembers that he went for the block, so now he's going to try to do the throw, but, you know, he's credited. Like, in those old games, it was like, why did you DP? I don't know. That's why I call heart games, I nickname heart games the fuck it DP genre, right? Like, that's just what it was. Like, you just felt like doing this thing, you know, and it just felt better, you know? Like, I just in my heart, it just felt like this was the right thing to do. And a lot of the old fighting games are like that. And yeah, it's a guess, but like I said, like, there's this weird emotional quotient involved. So much to the point that most top players can't even tell you, right? Like, I mean, I famously joke about Vi, one of my friends asking him why he used Standing Strong than Standing Fierce as an anti-air against in Alpha 2, and Vi was like, hits deeper. And that was the end of it. Like, what does that even mean? Like, that means nothing. Right? You know, when we got the Super Yoga Guide, we didn't care about the frame data in there. We just wanted to look at the hitboxes. Like, that book had the frame data in there. Nobody cared about the frame data for the Yoga Hyper Guide, right? Again, it's just like the mindset was so different. And so, like, when we talk about these games, we have to realize that these games, and again, like, it's hard because I know a lot of younger people hate it when I talk about this. They hate it when I talk about this. They basically think I'm just spouting lies to people, like that I'm just misleading everybody. but there's just too goddamn much evidence in there. There's just too much goddamn evidence, right? And that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, heart players, yeah, they're kind of random. Again, I've never said random as a negative. I've never said that as negative. But like I said, in those old games, you were not necessarily guaranteed to be punished for the decision you made. Like I said, if I'm Ken and I run up to you and I do light DP and you block it, you can't even punish me unless you're like 5 characters in the game. Right? So I can afford to do that. But the thing, like I said, with the way that the modern games are A beats B beats C beats A, it's not that you have to be random, it's that you have to change it up and understand, like I said, when you play rock, paper, scissors, is he the kind of guy that would throw scissors twice in a row? Like, you have to play like that, which is not how the old games played. That's not the mindset that you played. The mindset was, he blocked this, whatever, I'm in another mix-up, and now he's, you're just hoping, like, kind of to overwhelm them, or just, you know what, do you know how to beat this? You don't? Cool. Tiger, 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 tiger. I win, right? Like, it's just very different. It's just very different. And I think it's so important to talk about that. And I did not mean to go into this tangent, because I go into this tangent a lot. I really just wanted to address this thing. And I feel like I barely addressed this at all. I feel like I barely addressed it at all, right? So I apologize about that. So if you wanted my take on that, I didn't exactly give you my take. So apologies about that. But yeah, I mean, the old games are just very, very different. And I think... And I think that our scene would mature a lot if we started going down this path and understanding that, right? Because the concept that if you're good at one fighting game, you're good at all the fighting games is so harmful to the scene. Because that means if I'm good at a fighting game and I go play another one and I can't win, you're just like, I suck then, right? Like, why can't I win at this fighting game? Like, I'm good at this other game. Why can't I play this? And, like, there's downward spirals. Like, I'm really good at Super Turbo, but I'm playing Street Fighter 6. And, like, I can't do anything. Like nothing's working, right? And it's because there's that narrative, right? But if we're like, so every time somebody comes into my stream and they're like, I suck at Street Fighter 6, help me, James. And I immediately ask them, what fighting games have you played? What's your favorite fighting game? Blah, blah, blah. And a lot of times they're like, oh, I really like Super Turbo. I really like Alpha 2. And then I start off with, okay, you're going to have to change the way you think about the game. You have to understand that you have to play the game differently. And I explain it to them. And some of those players have gone on to do much better in the game. In fact, when I say this, so this is a point that I did want to make. This is a point I did want to make. The hardest part about all of this conversation is that anytime an old player starts to make this kind of a comment or says like, oh, they're different, or like, oh, it's the, like, everyone just assumes the old guy is making an excuse, that they're trying to justify why they're not good at the current game. Like, oh, you're just making an excuse. No, you're washed up, you suck, right? Like, that's, like, everybody seems to think immediately as soon as like someone like me is just like, no, like it's just a different game. Like the old players are still good. Well, then why isn't he winning this? You're just trying to make excuse. Like, I don't know what it is, but like everybody, so kids, because games are easier. Actually, games are a bit different. That's all. Yeah, they're very different. Now, are they easier in a way? Sure. But, depending on who you talk to, that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because, like I said, in Super Turbo, if I know you're going to wake up DP, I will melee you anyway. Because I think you're going to miss, right? And a lot of people are like, that's dumb. Like, it should be a battle of the mind. If I'm gonna wake up DP, I should beat your meaty. Like, there should be no situation where I try to beat your meaty and I lose, right? Like, that shouldn't be a thing, right? And so again, that's kind of a difference between that, like the heart and the mindset and stuff like that. So, you know, are the games a little bit easier? Yeah, maybe the execution's not as hard. Some, you know, in some cases and stuff. But again, what that does is it opens up the game to a completely different mindset. Because again, the mind players want that, right? They want to know that if I read you're gonna do this, I should be rewarded, right? The heart players are like, you know what? I don't think you're gonna get the DP out this time. And if you're wrong, you die. You know, like, yeah, and that feels hella random. Again, not a disparaging comment, right? Like that's, but you see how that feels, that it plays into the heart, right? If I literally know you are going to wake up DP, I will meet you anyway. Because I just don't think you're gonna get it. And if you don't, I win. Because most likely I'll hit you and stun you and you die, right? So, like, the game is just different. The game is just different. And I think that that's really, really, really important to understand. And I forgot what I was talking about originally. I forgot what I was talking about. In any case, like, I like the fact that, oh, okay, yeah, the old players, like how they just keep being like when you hear an old player say these things, and again, what I'm going to say here as well is that it's the old players' faults too, because the conversation from the old players is not, you know, these games don't reward the kind of style that I want to play. So it's not for me. I have no motivation to get good at this game. No, what all the old players say is, it's so scrubby. This sucks. This game is bad. Like, I can't believe you can do that. Like, what happened to execute? This game is stupid. Like, it's the old people's fault, you know, that they have this perception. But also because our scene isn't willing to talk about fighting games in that language. You know, I love Jackass. I don't like Sleepless in Seattle. It's not for me, but I like comedies. But I don't like Sleepless in Seattle because it's a romantic comedy, and I don't like romantic comedy. So I'm not going to watch it. I don't care, right? I know I don't like a romantic comedy. I'm not going to see it, right? But in fighting games, it's like, new fighting games out. You better play it. And like, if you're good at this game, you should be good at this game. Like, yeah. And then like they try it and like, you know, there's no discussion of, wow, okay, I didn't realize this game was gonna play like this. I'm not a fan of this style, so I'm gonna drop it. I'm not gonna keep playing it. No, it's always, what? This game is stupid. I lost because I did this? Stupid game. This game sucks, right? Like, and so again, like, it's the old people's fault that whenever they say these things, it sounds like they're making excuses, because they are, because they're saying like, this game sucks. That's their excuse. But the game doesn't suck. So again, like, I'm yelling at old people as much as I'm yelling at the young people, right? Like, I'm not listening to these old people complain about these new games and just sitting idly by. I'm literally being like, no, the game just doesn't play the way that you want it to play. It's a good game. It's just not for you, and that's okay. I'm not telling you to play the game. Like, you don't have to play it. You just understand it's not for you. And like, that's the conversation that I want to drive forward, because that's going to make our scene more mature. It's going to make it so that we can talk about fighting games in a much more nuanced manner and in a way that's far more intellectual. Because right now it really is, I play bad, this game sucks. Like, but you're like, I'm good at this other fighting game. Clearly I'm good at fighting games. So if I'm not winning in this fighting game, that means this fighting game sucks. That means this fighting game is bad, because I'm really good at that fighting game, but I'm not good at this fighting game. So clearly I'm good at fighting games. So the fact that I can't win in this one is because it's scrubby. Like, why do we apply one mindset to the entire genre? Why? I mean, we already accept some things, like, yeah, tag fighters are crazy, anime games are a little bit crazy, but like, it goes deeper than that, because even within Street Fighter, you have very different games, honestly. Oh, Smack Dave. If you actually think I'm going to talk about the other topics, I've already kind of, already resigned to this will be the end. Oh, man. See, and that's the thing, Hard Guanaco, you're saying that I think games now have the same structure, but have more stuff to make them more friendly for everyone. We have to remember, these companies need to sell. But I don't agree with that. In fact, that's my whole point, is that I don't agree with that. Now, again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I am saying I'm right, because otherwise I wouldn't be this passionate about arguing these kind of things. But like, that's the nature of debate, right? Like, if you're debating and you don't actually believe you're right, like, what's the point? Like, I remember arguing with someone on Twitter at one point, and the guy was like, hey, I need backup. And he like tagged a bunch of people. And I was like, why do you need backup? I'm like, I'm not getting backup. And he's like, because I need, and I was like, look, if you need backup to argue your point, that means you don't actually believe in your point. I'm not going to ask anyone to argue on my behalf, because this is what I truly believe, and I don't need anybody else's argument. Like, I know how I feel about this, right? Like, so, like, you can't be passionate and talk about these things if you don't think you're right, right? So, again, if you, so, of course I'm going to think I'm right and you're wrong, but, like, I don't really think you're wrong, but, like, I'm going to think you're wrong, like, in a weird way. It's kind of crazy, but that's just the way that, how's it go? Yeah. The YouTube channel still doesn't have the option to support me, for sure. So, and yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, but probably before you showed up, Hard Guanaco, you say we have to remember too, kids now these days have way more tools to get better, as you mentioned. Before we didn't have internet, and also I mentioned one of the most biggest deals is that when we played fighting games in my day, we knew we had to quit. We knew that the more fighting games we played, the more we were ruining our future. Like, that was just accepted. Like, do I play fighting games or do I try to get a girlfriend, right? There was no both. Like, if the only way you could get a girlfriend if you played fighting game is if you were one of the best, right? Like, literally, like, it was like everybody is like, whoa, where did this player go? He got a girlfriend. Like, that's the way it worked back then, like you just knew that fighting games were something you quit at some point in your life. And again, I mean, Shinryu is probably like, what are you talking about? Like, are you 50 years old right now? Like, did you exist during that period of time? Because I did, and video games were very much frowned upon by everybody. I mean, I literally went on not even a blind date, it was a dating site. I went on a dating site with someone that was my age, and she was like, what do you do? I play video games. And dude, the blood just drained out of her face. And she lost interest so fast. Like, I have never seen, like, I was just like, okay, you know what? Nice meeting you. Like, I just ended it and it was done, right? Because back then, like, if you played video games, you were a loser. Like, that's just what it was. You were a loser for playing video games back in the day. So you didn't have that. And so, relationships, or then also, like, like I said, what does that give you on your resume if you play fighting games? So, like, there was no point at which you were thinking, I can dedicate to this. Because if I dedicate my life to fighting games, I could win this tournament and get like $600, bro. Like, that was the environment we lived in. So how do you expect, like, players back then, to have the same kind of mentality? Like, of course, like, it's different now, because, like I said, if you're Hinao, you're like, I have online. My rank is really high. Like, I played a lot and I got really good. And hey, these people noticed me, and now like I'm playing them offline, and now I'm being, coached by super top Japanese player, and then Team Reject signed me to the youth team, and oh shit, I qualified to Capcom Cup. I could win $1 million, right? Like, dude, Snake Eyes isn't even old school, dude. Like, come on, man, come on. It's not even the era I'm talking about. We're not even talking about that era. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. It was a very different time. So, I did play fighting games and get a girlfriend. I guess I was lucky. I married with that girlfriend and still play games. Again, I don't know how old you are, Hard Guanaco, but that will be very, very telling. That will be very telling. Like, what game were you playing when your girlfriend was okay with that? Yeah, exactly. Literally, that's the reason why Tomo stopped playing. He literally, when he stopped playing, I was like, what happened? And they were just like, he got a girlfriend, and that's the end. That was the end of that, right? 44, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You have a good girlfriend then. Yeah, you are a lucky guy then. That's the way to put it. But also, I will say that, kind of going back to something I was talking about earlier, it is a lot worse if you're Asian. It is a lot worse if I don't know if you're Asian, Hard Guanaco. I don't know if you're Asian, but like, seriously, like, if you're an Asian dude who is obsessed with a video game, like, you were just like the most unattractive to like girls, honestly. So 44 and Asian. So yeah, like I said, but you are saying you didn't have a girlfriend when you were playing fighting games, right? So again, like I said, at my age, in my generation, everyone hated video games. Like, obviously, I'm exaggerating, but like, you didn't find people who, like, it was rare. Like, every girl that played video games in my generation, like, was hit on by, like, the entire arcade. I've seen it, like, 90 times, Like, it's crazy. So, yeah, it's just, like, it was a different time back then. It was a different time back then. So, I mean, if all the girls liked you, like, dude. So, in other words, you're saying also that you are really hot then, right? Like, you're just an attractive dude, like, because you can't beat that, right? Like, yeah, attractive guys can get away with anything, honestly, so. Oh, man. Wait. Wait, okay, I might not have made the connection, Shinryu. Who are you? I might not have made the connection of who you are, so, from Oryx, okay, sorry, like, whenever I go to Oryx, like, I meet a lot of people at the same time, so I have trouble remembering who is who. A lot of the time. So, you'll have to, again, I'm terrible with names and faces. It's not just you. I have this, oh, okay, you're Dan, okay. You were the one that was trying to help me with my, wasn't the controller, it was, were you the one that was helping me with my, shit, it was the, you know what? I think Oryx still has my board. I think Oryx still has my board that I was trying to put the undamned on, not the undamned, the dark, Jesus, I can't even remember what it's called anymore. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, yeah, I apologize, because like I said, I suck at like names and faces and stuff like that. So like, I recognize people based on environment, and if I run into you outside of that environment, I get really confused. So, see, this is the thing, is like, I distinctly remember a Ken player on Third Strike, which I'm pretty sure is you, but I have also been pretty sure that people are certain people, and then I'm wrong. And that's like more embarrassing. So that's like actually like makes me feel even worse. Oh man. I hate the fact that I'm terrible with names and faces. But I think a lot of that has to do with like the ADHD and stuff like that. So yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I haven't been there in a long, long time. I was definitely, I definitely had to have been playing Dudley, because that's like the only character I play in Third Strike. So, oh man. In any case, yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, because I've been talking for 4.5 hours on this. But yeah, I mean, seriously, it was different. And if you were someone who played fighting games and, you know, you were still able to get like girls interested in you, more power to you, right? I'll tell you right now, shit didn't work for me at all. Like I said, I will never forget that online dating date that I went on. Like, she's like, what do you do? And I was like, you know, I was thinking to myself, like, if you don't like video games, we can't do this. So I'm just going to tell you right away, I play video games. I was like, I play video games. And like, that just like killed it right away. So, oh, you were the one talking about the Marisa stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, I remember. How long ago was that? Actually, let me take a look. Let me see if I can. Like maybe around 2000, 2001, maybe 2000 or 2001, I think it was, probably. I mean, you wouldn't be wrong if you said yesterday, honestly. Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad things about that MK collection, which sucks. I'm really depressed about that, because that game deserved, you know, better, honestly. Like, I was so excited for that game myself, but like, I guess I have no reason to buy it at this point, so. In any case, like I said, I didn't end up talking about the topic at all, so, well, I did, but definitely got derailed into a lot of different directions here and there. So, but again, you know I've been pushing very hard recently about this idea that, you know, fighting games are very different, and even within Street Fighter, because like I said, even in the old days, Third Strike players didn't play anything else. And everybody else who played everything else didn't play Third Strike. It was weird. Obviously, again, there were the exceptions, but it was rare. Like, all the Third Strike players, like, you never saw 5-star, you know, you never saw, you know, Victoli, you never saw, you know, any of those guys. Like, they didn't play the other fighting games. You know, you obviously had guys like Amir or like Kenai, sure, but like, it was always such a separation. And it's because Third Strike is a very different game than the other Street Fighters. And so the fact that people like today are just like, oh, well, you know, he was good at Street Fighter 4, but he's not good now. So clearly, like, the players are just better now. Like, it's just like, come on, dude. Like, let's grow past this. And again, people get mad because they just think that old people are making excuses. But like I said, there's just too much evidence to back a lot of the things that I say, right? Like, there's just a lot of things that really go with that. Oh, that's right. That was the one thing that I wanted to say. Me realizing that Street Fighter V was a different game wasn't me trying to make an excuse of why I wasn't successful. It actually helped me get better at Street Fighter V because I was trying to play it like Street Fighter 4. I was trying to play it like Street Fighter 4. Wasn't thinking about turns and stuff like that. I wasn't thinking about a lot of these things. I wasn't thinking about set play or, you know, being like, oh, if I knock you down and I dash, I'm plus this and I'm like, I was approaching it like a lot of the old games, and I could not find success very well with Cammy. You know, I would do well off of my fundamentals, but clearly, like, if you watch me, like, if I told you I was really good at fighting games, you'd be like, yeah, bro, I don't know about that, you know? But as soon as I actually figured out how to play the game by switching to Lucia, and so now I had a new character, I didn't bring any of the old Cammy stuff. I could approach Lucia in a different way. I still even remember running into a strong player towards the end of my Street Fighter V career, and I beat him. And, like, he literally was like, bro, I didn't know you were actually, like, good at fighting games, right? And I only got to that point because I realized it's a different game. So, again, it's not that I'm making an excuses for why I'm bad. Realizing it's a different game reframed my mindset to the point where I could learn the game correctly and actually get good at it, right? And so, like I said, when I teach a lot of players, when they come and they're like, hey, I was really good at Super Turbo. I suck at Street Fighter 6. What the hell? And I'm like, all right, let's have a conversation here. And I've been able to teach players better that way. And I've had players who are like, yeah, I don't understand 6. And like one of them came into my chat, was like, I made Master, you know, thanks to all your help, you know, and all this stuff like that. So like, by understanding that the games are different, I've also been able to teach players better. So again, it's not an excuse. It's a way to study the games and approach them the correct way and to, you know, make sure people are training the correct way. That's so important because if they're an old school player and they're going to try to play 5 and 6 like an old school style, they're just not going to find the success that they have in older games. They have to realize they have to change. And that's why I highlight that Daigo conversation, not to say that Street Fighter V is more random, but, you know, Daigo was making the realization that the way that he originally played will not find the same kind of success in the game. He realized he had to change his mentality in order to get better at the game. And he did. Like, he was like, I mean, even though the translation said that he said, you have to be more random in these games, you know, whatever he really kind of meant by it, it worked. He got better afterwards because Daigo was having trouble finding success in Street Fighter V for a while. But he obviously got better. So, again, you know, it's not to disparage these games. I'm never saying any of these things to disparage them. I will defend Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 to the ends of the earth, but I will also defend Super Turbo in, you know, Hyper Fighting and Alpha 3 to the ends of the earth, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not just Street Fighter games. I will defend MVCI, I will defend UMVC3, you know, I'll defend Strive. I've defended Strive many times. You know, it's just that all these games are just different games. And, you know, we shouldn't spend all of our time trying to force ourselves onto the game. We should force the game into ourselves. How's that for profound? I think that's a great way to end it. So, especially because I'm hugging this cat. Yay! In game design, there is something called Bartle taxonomy, which differentiates players by the type like achievers, explorers, socializers, killers, etc. Interview or fighting game designer, and maybe they'll talk about heart and mind players too. Yeah, that's actually really cool. I think that's really cool. Will I defend Street Fighter Cross Tekken? I will defend your right to play it and enjoy it. That's all I'll say. But Will I disparage the game as many chances I can get? Absolutely. But I will never tell you you're wrong for playing it. That's just it. I defend your right to play the game. Oh man. In any case, thank you guys for sitting around and listening to this discussion and talking with me. And just I hope people like this conversation. I hope people learn stuff, or even if you disagree with me, the important thing is that I want you to disagree with me so we can talk about it. And again, it's more interesting that way. And like I said, I just want to talk about fighting games in a more intellectual manner. And it's hard. And again, it's not necessarily the fault of the FGC. This is the fault of the internet and how society is these days. It just kind of sucks. But, I really do feel like, we are still very outdated, and I'm not going to say not infantile, but in our infancy of learning how to talk about fighting games the right way is how I'm gonna put it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this stuff. Yeah, I will feed the cat, but I probably, well, you know what? You guys like it so much, and you guys have stuck around and supported me, and kept watching this. Yeah, I'll get you guys a little cat feeding stream over here. So let's do this here. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Oh, thank you for the follow, person I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. Let's do this. Here we go. Hi, Nathan. Jesus, Nathan is like rubbing his head all over my arm. Let me do this really quick over here. So now he walked away. Come here, Nathan. Come here, Nathan. Go ahead and rub your head on my hand all day like you're doing so people can see it. Oh, hi. Hi, I'm using my phone. I'm using my phone, and you hate it when I use my phone. Oh, look at this. Look at this cat. Look at this cat. Look at him. Look at him. Oh. He's trying to be so cute because he wants food right now. He's trying to be so cute. Holy crap. Hi, Nathan. Oh, you're so lovey right now, right? Because you're always like this, right, Nathan? Not just only when you want food. You're always like this, right, Nathan? Of course you are. Of course you are. Of course you are. All right, here we go. Oh, Mom. Oops. Stop. Yeah, go. All right. Chun-Li is rad in Fatal Fury, by the way. She's rad. I really think she's cool. So. Oh, Nathan, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're knocking over soda cans. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Let's get the cats. Let's get the cats to circle the food because they are sharks. My cats are sharks. Hi, Nathan. Nathan's down here. You can't see him. There he is. Oh, he's standing up and poking his nose. Oh my God, it was so cute. I wish you guys, I need a better camera angle. I need to actually have like a camera carrier so I can actually like get better angles. Cause, oh God, Nathan. Why is Nathan so cute? Like, it's actually kind of crazy because like Nathan is just so adorable and he's so cute, but Jasmine is just like so affectionate and loving. Like, it's like two very different styles. Now I'm talking about fighting games with my cats. No, but it's like, both of them are affection, but like just different kinds, they're both so great in their own way, honestly. Like, you don't see it as often from Jasmine, right? Because every time she jumps on stream, if I pick her up,
she gets really angry and stuff like that. But like the amount of times that like, you know, like basically like Jasmine just wants to cuddle all the time with me. Like she just wants to cuddle all the time. And like it doesn't look like that because she just knows that when I'm on stream and I pick her up, she just knows I'm kind of parading her around like, look at my cute cat, you know. So she doesn't appreciate that as much, but she definitely appreciates having some cuddle time. So, like I said, I'm cuddling with this cat all the time. Here you go. Come on, Nathan. Power up meow time. Here we go. There it is. Okay. Then we do this. Let's see here. Hello, everybody. Let's do this. And you guys can do this. Like so. So we can watch Nathan eat. There you go. Oops. Hi, Nathan. The cat that doesn't chew. I think he just swallows the food like instantaneously. Like I swear to God, this cat doesn't chew at all. Then again, I do put a lot of water in his food just to make sure that he gets hydrated enough. Because Nathan definitely needs one of those you know, ability to. I definitely need some channel points to remind him to hydrate. Right, Nathan? You need to hydrate more. Oh, look at him eat. Oh, he's so happy. He's so happy. Oh my God. What a goofy cat. Oh God, what a dorky, goofy cat. I love this cat. I love both my cats. I mean, if my ex was right that, you know, Burmese cats are the dogs of cats, these two are very, very good proof of that. So, and they're both half Burmese, but they are. Oh wow, dude! As soon as did you see that was like phenom reaction time. Like as soon as he finished, he immediately turned and looked at me. Okay, hang on a second. Hi guys. Let's do this. There we go. Hi Nathan. Hi buddy. Good boy. Good boy. Oh, you're a good cat. You're a good cat. Yeah, good cat. Good cat. Oh, he's like, thank you, Daddy. You finally fed me. You've starved me for a whole, what is that? Like 4 hours. Goofy cat. Oh my God. Oh, what a cat. Little Jasmina. Jasmina, Jazamarine. Hi. Oh, what a good cat. What a good cat. The slow, dainty eater. Dainty eater. Look at her. And it's funny because I put like big chunks of dry food in there. They're those dental ones where like they're so big and crunchy that they're designed to help scrape the plaque off their teeth and stuff like that. She always eats those first, which is interesting because I always thought cats liked wet food more. But also, I feel like Jasmine is a little sick of this wet food. I definitely need to get a new wet food because both Nathan and Jasmine are senior cats. So I definitely need to find some wet food that is more suited for senior cats because they're both over 10 years old now. Oh man. Again, she keeps looking up at Nathan. I mentioned this last time. I swear there's like something where she just like looks up at him because she knows that he wants to eat whatever she leaves behind. And I have no justification for thinking this, but occasionally I feel like she leaves food behind specifically for him. And the way that she keeps looking up at him is kind of one of the reasons why that I see. Look, she keeps looking up at him. I don't know why. I mean, it's almost like she's like speaking to him in cat language, like, you know, you want some more food. You're pretty hungry still, right? Well, now I don't know what the hell she's looking at. Oh, good girl. She's so caring. She really is very caring, but you know, she's feisty in her own way too. Hmm. I don't know why cats do that. Just like chomp, 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 turn stare, chomp, 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 chomp. And again, I apologize to everybody because when I'm doing this, I actually can't see the chat because I'm on my phone and so not at my computer, so I actually can't see the chat. I wonder if I actually like. I'll have to test this later on. If I actually like, you know, switch out of my browser here, if it still keeps showing the camera, because then I could actually, um, you know, look at the chat on my phone at the same time I'm, you know, filming the cat. What are you staring at, Jasmine? What is she like thinking? She's like contemplating something. Like she's just eating. Wait a minute. I forgot. I need to clean my chest a little bit later today. Gotta remember that. Okay, back to food. Oh my God. Looks at Nathan again. Now I feel like she's looking at him like, sorry, I'm not gonna leave you any food. I don't think she's gonna leave you any food, Nathan. Oh, Nathan looks kind of bummed. I wonder if you can tell she's getting most of the food. I think she's getting a little like, oh man, there's not gonna be much left over at all. Look at him. Look at him vulturing. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Nathan. Oh God, the way he just looked at me. Oh my God. Dude, I love how he's just like sitting there, like the one paw is just sitting there on the top of like the fridge there. He's like, he's so ready to pounce. Holy crap. Oh my God, it's so funny. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you move, Nathan. Dude, he's turning his back on me. Oh, hi, Jasmine. Are you done? Are you done? You're gonna eat a little bit more. Eat a little bit more. You have some left. You have some left. Here we go. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. You finish your food. You had a health scare recently where you didn't eat your food, and I got so nervous. Holy crap. That was separate from the problem earlier this year, too. I mean, the earlier problem this year, oh God, that was the one that you guys helped me cover the cost of. So I appreciate you guys. But the recent scare, obviously not as much as the one earlier, but still a lot of money, though. But I'm not going to keep running to you guys every time I need, you know, some financial help because I feel bad about that.
But it is tough. It's a tough life. Earlier on the stream, I was just talking about how tough it is to be a commentator, you know? Yum. Yummy. What game was that? Who said that? I can't remember now. Yummy. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. There we go. Good girl. All right. Nathan? Jasmine has left the building. See, not much food left in here. But watch this. Watch this. Come here, Nathan. Boink. Ooh. I will take anything I can get. I will take anything I can get. This cat is so incredibly food motivated. I can't leave anything around. I have to be so careful. And a person with ADHD, it's just like I will leave something around by accident and stuff, and he will find a way into it every single time. Like every time I realize I've left something out somewhere, I'm like terrified, and I'll come upstairs and I'll find my fast food bag like sitting on the floor, and like just like these like burger wrappers and stuff all over the place, you know. I'm just like, oh my god, Nathan. Or I'll find a ketchup pack that has holes everywhere and like ketchup stains all over my carpet, and I'm like, oh Nathan, what are you doing? Good job. Good job, Nathan. Oh, what a good kitty. What a good kitty. Okay. Yeah, see, like he's got most of it. So, oh man. All right, all right, all right. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Good girl. Good girl. And also, Chun-Li is awesome. She's rad. Okay. Anyways, hang on a second. All right, I should be back over here again. You should be able to hear me, and I should be able to turn on this camera here. There I am. Okay, there you go. Oh God, quick man, I'm not continuing any conversations at all at this point. So, oh God. Let's see, if you're on Discord looking for games, do you even care enough? Oh God, and that's an issue. That's an issue. So, oh yeah, no, trust me, quick man, I totally get it, man. I totally get it. So, okay, all right. Oh, no, I'm definitely remembering some game where someone says yummy, and God, I can't remember what it is. I do not brush their teeth, which is bad on me. And that's my fault because I never got them used to it. But if I try to brush Jasmine's teeth, I will be dead. I will say, yes, beautiful Joe, thank you. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yes, that is a beautiful Joe quote. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, if I try to brush Jasmine's teeth, I will die. Like she is not pleased. And honestly, like I can't get her to stay still with one hand and brush with the other. Like if I don't have somebody else to help me, like I have no way to brush their teeth. And I have done the blanket wrap thing for Jasmine, and she will not take it. She will not take it at all. So yeah, my vet recommended doing those things. It won't prevent it won't, prevent stuff from happening, but it'll certainly make it so that, there's a less of a chance, I guess. So, yeah, basically. whenever I want to feel young. Back in my day, we used to. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And I hope the conversation was fun for you guys. And very, very, again, I don't want it to be informative or whatever. Like, I just hope that it's very, you know, like, gets you thinking. Like, gets you to get your brain moving on the things. And, like, makes you consider different viewpoints and, you know, provokes, you know, more thought is what I really hope it does. So, alrighty, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all so much. Take care. Have a good night. And I will see you guys next time. And, you know, always remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. And, you know, technically it's not the right day right now, but you know what? It still counts. But for me,
It was Tuesday.